Chapter 784. Please give me another chance. _1 A capable young girl. Gulanji was stunned for a moment, then recalled that he must be referring to An Yang. That young girl is also a VIP member of our restaurant. As this involves the guest's privacy, I can't disclose detailed information. Gulanji said. Dee wasn't an unreasonable person. Upon hearing this, he slightly hooked his lips in a smile and said, Okay, I understand. You may leave. Gulanji nodded, turning to leave with the food server. At the stairway, the curious server asked, Manager Gu, who do you think that guest is? That guest was quite extraordinary. Even in the modern times, he still wore a traditional long robe and cloth shoes, yet didn't seem at all out of place. He was graceful and handsome. His every move was reminiscent of a young master from a wealthy family depicted in TV dramas. Due to his attire, Gulanji had a bit of an impression of Dee, who was a frequent guest here. He remembered that on his first visit, the restaurant's membership cards were sold out. He wanted to acquire a membership card even at 10 times the price. That was certainly impossible. The restaurant did not practice favoritism for anyone. In the end, he, like the other customers, queued for almost 3 hours before finally entering the restaurant to dine. The next time he came, he already had in his possession a membership card. As a kind-hearted boss, Gulanji shared, he is definitely an important figure. Such important people are not ones we could casually recognize. You should just focus on your work and be more careful in the future. Although the restaurant had its fair share of VIP customers, there weren't many like Dee. Yes, I understand, Manager Gu, the food server nodded. After using Lu Kursin, An Yang was in a pretty good mood. I want to thank Mississippi Lu for her generous contribution which allowed us such a wonderful meal. Lu Kursin, barely suppressing her retching, had no choice but to bluster in embarrassment. It was only 8,000 yuan. It's not a big deal. An Yang laughed. Mississippi Lu is indeed very generous. Lu Kursin's face turned green and then white with rage. She was on the verge of losing her temper. Jing Xianjing took hold of Lu Kursin's arm softly, saying, Kursin, my younger sister was just joking with you, don't get angry. Only then did Lu Kursin's face look slightly better. It was crucial not to offend Jing Xianjing. After all, Jing Xianjing was currently Du Ye's lifesaver. Lu Kursin tried quietly to please Jing Xianjing. Xianjing, you're always so sensible. On the contrary, your sister is just a low-bred country bumpkin who couldn't possibly fit into our circles. Her mere presence depreciates us. Upon hearing that, another young lady promptly agreed in a whispered tone, absolutely. How could this rural bumpkin even compare to our Xianjing? Hearing their flattering voices, Jing Xianjing felt extremely satisfied. Her lips curled in triumph. After finishing their meal, the group left the restaurant. The old lady cradled little An Yun in her arms while An Yang walked by Zheng Lao Ye's side. Zheng Lao Ye, who wasn't normally a chatty person, unusually enjoyed having a lively conversation with An Yang. Yang, I know a place that sells delicious candied hawthorns. Do you and Yun want some? The mention of candied hawthorns excited little An Yun. Yes, I want. Zheng Lao Ye laughed, all right. I will buy some for you. Zheng Lao Tai said, children should not eat too many sweets. It's bad for their teeth. Zheng Lao Ye retorted, why are you always picking on things? What harm can occasionally eating a string of them do? Did you lose your teeth because you ate sugar as a child? The half-toothless Zheng Lao Tai, I'm speechless. Little An Yun happily said, thank you, Grandpa. You're the best. Grandpa, carry me. Zheng Lao Ye took little An Yun into his arms, setting her on his shoulder. Grandpa will take Yun and sister to buy candied hawthorns. Little An Yun was thrilled, riding the horse, giddy up. An Yang laughed, I would prefer not to have the candied hawthorns. I have to attend to some business in a bit. You can take Yunyun. Zheng Laoye replied, then, I'll buy some for you and you can eat it when you come home later. Seeing this, Xing Lingling and her mother both had unsatisfied expressions on their faces. So, Ni Yang and Ni Yun are human, and Jing Xianjing is not. They bought candied hawthorns for Ni Yang and Ni Yun, completely forgetting about Jing Xianjing. Favoritism. Such blatant favoritism. They're being so blatantly partial that it's beyond infuriating. Chapter 785, Please Give Me Another Chance. _2. Moreover, when Jing Xianjing was a child, old Master Jing wouldn't even smile at her, let alone pamper her. Truly, one's own child always comes first. Two old codgers. Zheng Lingling wished she could strangle old Master Zhang and the old lady. Master Zhang, holding little Ni Yun, said, Ting Ting, Dehui, you guys can go wherever you want, and your mom and I will take Yunyun to play. Lingling and Xianjing, if you want to go out, feel free to wander around, otherwise, go home. Ni Zuihua and Shengguan Dehui were newlyweds, so they should have some private time together. Shengguan Dehui simply adored his father-in-law, Dad, then he'll take Daya and leave first. Please take care of Yunyun. Zheng Lingling felt suffocated inside but managed to force a smile on her face. Sure, Dad. Ni Yang also said, then I'll go ahead, Grandpa. Go on, go on. Master Zheng waved his hand. Third floor of the National Fragrance. Mr. Du and Wang Ziki stood at the floor-to-ceiling window on the third floor. Is that Jing Xianjing? Wang Ziki nodded. Yes, it's her. Mr. Du pointed to the slim figure next to Master Zheng. Who is that? Wang Ziki squinted. I don't know that person, but the Zheng family recently found their biological daughter. I think that should be the daughter brought back by their biological daughter. Because Wang Ziki had been investigating Jing Xianjing lately, he knew quite a bit about the Jing family. Mr. Du twirled his Buddha beads, his face expressionless. Investigate her. Investigate Master Jing's biological granddaughter? Why would he want to investigate Master Jing's granddaughter? Is he interested in her? Wang Ziki was stunned for a moment, then said, all right. When his words were done, Mr. Du continued, how is the investigation on that case from last time going? There's no news yet. Wang Ziki replied. Beijing is not like Shanghai. Shanghai is full of their informers. Finding someone in Beijing is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The most important thing is, they hardly have any leads. At least when they were looking for Jing Xianjing, they knew the car model. It's so difficult. Meanwhile, Shengguan Dehui took Ni Zuihua to stroll around and watch a movie. It was rare for them to have these moments alone together. The streets of Beijing in 1985 were not as closed off as before, with couples hand in hand everywhere. Shengguan Dehui held Ni Kuihua's hand. Look, there's a cotton candy stall over there. Let's go buy a couple. Ni Zuihua laughed. We're not kids anymore, why would we want cotton candy? This cotton candy is just like cotton, fluffy and it dissolves as soon as you put it in your mouth. I'm sure you've never had it before. Besides, who made the rule that only children can eat candy? Adults can't. Cotton candy originated from the West and was invented in 1897, but the cloud-shaped cotton candy only recently appeared on the streets of Beijing. While they were talking, Shengguan Dehui led Ni Zuihua to the cotton candy stall. Boss, 2 cotton candies, please. All right, that'll be 6 cents. Since it's a novelty, the price is a bit high. Shengguan Dehui pulled 6 cents out of his pocket and handed it to the street vendor. Here. Shengguan Dehui handed 1 string to Ni Zuihua. Ni Zuihua glanced around a bit embarrassedly before accepting it. Shengguan Dehui bit into the cotton candy, laughing. Daya, try a bite and see if it's sweet enough. It was Niquihua's first time eating this kind of cotton candy. She took a bite, and even though it was quite big, it dissolved into sugar water as soon as it entered her mouth. It was quite sweet, but not worth it. It looked like a lot, but in reality, it wasn't even a mouthful. Not far away, a middle-aged man carrying a briefcase watched enviously as Shengguan Dehui laughed and talked with Nicuihua. Seeing this warm scene, an involuntary smile of nostalgia appeared on his face. This man was none other than Zhao Xin. These days, he had been reflecting on himself. He was wrong. He was truly wrong. He shouldn't have hurt Shengguan Furong. Even though Shengguan Furong was a bit temperamental, as her husband, he should be forgiving. He definitely should not have brought Lin Fong home when Shengguan Furong was feeling disheartened. At that time, if he had repented timely, he might have been able to win back Shengguan Furong. Now, Shengguan Furong and their children are gone. Only he and Lady Zhao are left in the Zhao family. Every time he gets off work, he doesn't want to go home. He's afraid of facing an uncheerful home. Chapter 786, Please Give Me Another Chance. _3. If he hadn't wronged Shengguan Furong then, he could have been as happy as Shengguan Dehui and Nicuihua now. He had destroyed his own happiness with his own hands. Zhao Xin took a deep sigh, then mustered the courage to walk up to Shengguan Dehui and Nicuihua, brother, sister-in-law. Shengguan Dehui looked up and his brows furrowed slightly. Call me Mr. Shengguan, I'm not your brother now. Shengguan Dehui's attitude was somewhat off, so Nicuihua gently tugged at his sleeve. Despite the bitter smile on his face, Zhao Xin replied, regardless, you are still the uncle of my 2 children. Shengguan Dehui didn't respond. Zhao Xin continued, brother, I have thoroughly reflected on my actions recently and realized my mistakes. Shengguan Dehui didn't speak. Nicuihua tried to smooth things over with a smile. It's a good thing when a prodigal son returns to the fold. Thank you, sister-in-law. Zhao Xin continued, brother, sister-in-law, I really know that I was wrong. Please give me another chance to take care of Furong and the children. He was really fond of Shengguan Furong. They were each other's first loves. Besides Shengguan Furong, he couldn't marry anyone else. Moreover, he couldn't bear to leave his 2 children. Nicuihua could not respond to these words, and chose to remain silent. Shengguan Dehui snorted coldly, because of you, I nearly lost a sister and 2 nephews. Do you think I'll ever entrust them to someone like you again? The incident of jumping off a building had always been a sore spot for Shengguan Dehui. No matter what, Shengguan Furong was his only sister. Brother, I genuinely know I was wrong. I swear, I will treat Furong and the 2 children well in the future. Zhao Xin raised 3 fingers and continued, bro, I'm begging you. At the end, Zhao Xin even knelt in front of Shengguan Dehui. Seeing this, the people on the street couldn't help but turn their curious gazes towards them. Shengguan Dehui helped Zhao Xin up. A man's knees are as precious as gold, get up. Looking at Shengguan Dehui again, Zhao Xin's face was streaked with tears. He choked out, brother, Furong can't be without a husband, and the 2 children can't be without a father. I'm begging you, I'll definitely cherish this hard-earned opportunity. A man doesn't easily shed tears, but when he does, it evokes sympathy. The sight of Zhao Xin would soften anyone's heart. Shengguan Dehui sighed and replied, I can't decide for Furong. You should talk to her yourself. As long as she's willing to forgive you, I won't object. Zhao Xin wiped his face with his sleeve, gratefully replying, thank you, brother. Thank you, sister-in-law. Shengguan Dehui raised his hand, don't thank me so quickly. Whether Furong will forgive you remains to be seen. Regardless of her decision, I will respect Furong's choice. Zhao Xin nodded, okay brother, I understand. You and sister-in-law have fun together, I'll be leaving first. With that, Zhao Shen turned and left. Watching Zhao Shen's retreating figure, Shengwan Dehui grasped Enai Kuihua's hand. Dia, what do you think about this? About the matter between Furong and Zhao Shen? Enai Tsuhua asked. Yes. Shengwan Dehui nodded. Enai Tsuhua took a bite of her cotton candy and replied, from the children's perspective, Zhao Shen can be forgiven. After all, a child's growth can't be without a father. But from a moral standpoint, Zhao Shen's actions are absolutely unforgivable. Just like you, I will respect whatever Furong decides. Enai Tsuihua had been through a failed marriage. She knew the difficulties women faced. Whether Zhao Shen had truly repented or not, he had already left an unbridgeable scar on Shengwan Furong's heart. What's done can't be undone, a broken mirror can't be joined again. Shengwan Dehui nodded, so we are of the same opinion. Then he said, forget about this for now, Comrade Dia, shall we go see a movie together? I heard from a colleague that a movie called Mr. Zombie just came out. Let's go see it. Mr. Zombie 1 starring Mr. Lam, was released in 1985 and was quite popular at the box office in mainland China. Enai Tsuhua replied, zombies. Is it a horror movie? At this time, zombies only existed in books. Enai Tsuihua, who had read books on the topic, was quite interested and curious to see what a movie about zombies would look like. Shengwan Dehui said, probably, we'll know when we see it. Chapter 787, Please Give Me Another Chance. _4. Mr. Zombie 1 is a film that intertwines horror with comedy, and injects a subtle touch of sorrow into the playfulness. While everyone else in the theater was terrified, Enai Tsuihua remained incredibly calm. On the other hand, Shengwan Dehui was far from relaxed, beads of cold sweat covering the palms of his hands. Normally, he was quite brave, but the sight of the ghost bride sitting on Qian Ziaheo's bicycle and the haunting tune accompanying her appearance turned Shengwan Dehui's face pale. He clenched Enai Kuihua's hand tightly. Enai Tsuhua chuckled, what's there to be afraid of? It's all fake. Shengwan Dehui, after leaving, Zhao Shen went to a flower shop and bought a bouquet of fiery red roses. Had heard that young people in love these days are into this sort of thing. He wasn't sure whether Shengwan Furong would like it or not. Elsewhere, Master Zhang and Madame Zhang were buying candied hawthorns with little Enai Yun. Perched atop Master Zhang's shoulders, the laughter in little Enai Yun's eyes was infectious. I want 2 sticks. All right, we'll get 2 for little Yun Yun, Master Zhang smiled. Shopkeeper, give me 4 candied hawthorns. Quickly, the candied hawthorn shopkeeper handed 4 sticks of candied hawthorn to little Enai Yun. Here you go, young lady. Little Enai Yun said gratefully, thank you, shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was pleasantly surprised, such a polite little girl. Little Enai Yun responded, and you're polite, too, shopkeeper. The candied hawthorn shopkeeper was beaming with delight. This little girl is good at making logical inferences. Master Zhang and Madame Zhang also couldn't help but laugh out loud. Madame Zhang asked, Yun Yun, who are these 4 candied hawthorns for? Little Enai Yun replied, 2 are for myself, 1 is for sister and 1 is for sister Xianjing. Although little Enai Yun may be young, she has big thoughts. Madame Zhang then asked, why aren't there any for grandpa and grandma? Little Enai Yun reasoned, because grandpa and grandma are adults, and adults can't eat candy. In her mind, even Enai Yang and Jing Xianjing were still little kids. Master Zhang feigned disappointment. What should we do if grandpa and grandma still want some? After pondering for a bit, little Enai Yun finally decided to share her own. She took out one of her candied hawthorns. This stick is for you and grandma. Yun Yun will just have 1. Grandpa, you and grandma can only have 1 stick. If you eat too much, your teeth will hurt. Madame Jing pinched little Enai Yun's hand while standing on her tiptoes. You little smart aleck. Grandpa was just teasing you. Grandpa and grandma don't eat candy. You eat it. Finding out that she was still entitled to 2 candied hawthorns, little Ni Yun was over the moon. At the agricultural trade market, Wu Yenyun went to the grains and oils section, where she was planning to buy some rice and flour to take home. Now, rice was priced at 2 cents per pound and flour was 1 cent. She bought 5 pounds of each, enough to tide her family over for roughly a week. With the remaining 5 cents, she bought half a pound of edible oil to take home as they were out. Once she gathered everything, she reached into her pocket to pay but found it empty. The color drained from Wu Yanyun's face. Where was her money? Where had her money gone? Wu Yanyun frantically checked her pockets again, but they were still empty. Now Wu Yanyun was panicking, turning her pockets inside out. Where's my money? Where's my money? It was here just a moment ago. Wu Yanyun's voice was trembling. Those 2 yuan was to feed her entire family. It was their lifeline. What to do now? What was she supposed to do now? Seeing Wu Yenyun in such a state, the grains and oil shopkeeper flipped the rice and flour back into their respective containers, a trace of annoyance coloring his words. Why are you buying things without money? Are you fooling with me? Seriously? At that moment, Wu Yanyun's world crumbled. Everything seemed gray. Her parents worked so hard every day just to earn a little over a yuan, and she'd lost too. She was letting her parents down. She was so useless. Wu Yenyun crumpled onto the ground, sitting there and crying her heart out, oblivious to her surroundings. At that moment, what else could she do but cry? Many people came and went, yet no one extended a helping hand. There were plenty of pitiful people out there. If everyone were to show sympathy for each one, who could keep up? Ni Yang visited her Sifu's place every day, and today was no exception. Her Sifu's place was in a more rural location where it wasn't easy to shop for groceries, so Ni Yang planned to buy some everyday essentials to bring over. As she approached the entrance of the agricultural market, she spotted a girl sitting on the ground, crying in despair. Her cries were heart-wrenching. Ni Yang squinted slightly, finding the girl somewhat familiar. After taking a closer look, isn't this girl Wu Yenyun? Chapter 788, Please Give Me Another Chance. _5. For some reason, upon seeing Wu Yenyun, Ni Yang felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yenyun, Ni Yang walked over, squatting down beside Wu Yenyun, and patted her shoulder. After patting Wu Yenyun without any response, Ni Yang patted her again, Yenyun. Only then did Wu Yenyun react. She lifted her head and saw a clean and pretty face, choked back a sob, Ni Yang. Ni Yang handed her a clean handkerchief. Yenyun, wipe your tears first. Wu Yenyun raised her hand, wiping her face indiscriminately with her sleeves. Don't get your handkerchief dirty. It was evident that Ni Yang belonged in a different world from hers. You could tell that Ni Yang must have a good family environment, unlike her. Ni Yang stuffed the handkerchief into Wu Yanyun's hands with a smile. It's okay, handkerchiefs are meant for wiping stains, what else would they be for? Thank you. Wu Yenyun gripped the handkerchief, warmth spreading in her heart. Ni Yang then helped Wu Yenyun up from the ground. Yenyun, what's the matter? No, nothing. Wu Yenyun used the handkerchief to wipe away her tears. Just by the agricultural market, there was a dumpling soup shop. Considering it was past 12 p.m., Wu Yenyun probably hadn't eaten yet, so Ni Yang took her to the shop saying, let's eat and chat inside. But where would Wu Yenyun get the money to eat? No need, Yang, I've already eaten. Ni Yang chuckled, that's okay. I haven't eaten yet anyway. Just think of it as keeping me company during my meal. Upon hearing that, Wu Yenyun had no choice but to follow Ni Yang into the dumpling soup shop. There weren't many customers in the shop. Seeing the new customers, the boss lady greeted them enthusiastically. What can I get for the 2 of you? Ni Yang looked at the menu and ordered 2 large bowls of dumpling soup, then 2 pan-fried dumplings, and add an egg to each soup. At this time, when one's stomach is low on oil, people generally do eat more. Ni Yang didn't have a big appetite, and she was concerned Wu Yenyun wouldn't be filled up. If she ordered different dishes, she was afraid Wu Yenyun would misunderstand. Wu Yenyun responded, Yang, just order what you want. I have really already eaten. Ni Yang gave a small smile, we are friends now. I'm just treating you to a meal. What does it matter? Are you going to just sit there and watch me eat? Boss lady, could you please serve the food now? The boss lady wiped her hands on her apron, smiling brightly, all right, you two just wait for a while. A short while later, the dumpling soup was served. Ni Yang tasted a spoonful first, Yenyun, eat quickly. Dumpling soup is best eaten hot. Okay. Wu Yenyun nodded. After not eating well last night, and only having some rice soup in the morning, and a small lunch at home, Wu Yenyun was really hungry now. She quickly gobbled up 5 or 6 dumplings and couple of spoonfuls of soup, then looked up at Ni Yang, hesitated for a moment, and stuttered, Yang, I am full now. Can I take the rest home? Ni Yang suddenly recalled what Han Xiaoyu had told her before, that Wu Yenyun had 3 younger brothers at home and their family was not well off. I think they don't allow takeouts here. You should just finish it. Otherwise, it would go to waste, said Ni Yang. Really? Wu Yenyun asked. Ni Yang nodded. Hearing that, Wu Yenyun resumed eating, regretfully thinking that her 2 younger brothers and grandmother won't get to taste the delicious dumpling soup. Midway through the meal, Ni Yang asked, Yenyun, what happened earlier? Why were you crying so much? Wu Yenyun shook her head, the tears welling up in her eyes again, I'm really alright. Ni Yang patted Wu Yenyun's hand and smiled, we are friends now. There's nothing that we can't talk about, right? Wu Yenyun bit back her tears, I lost the 2 yuan my mom gave me. It was supposed to buy rice. Ni Yang consoled her, as the saying goes, losing wealth is a way to avoid disasters. Don't cry, Yenyun. Finish your meal first, it'll go pay. Wu Yenyun nodded. Ni Yang walked towards the counter and whispered to the boss lady, could you pack 5 dumpling soups, the same as what we had, and then another 5 braised duck legs? The boss lady confirmed, so, it's large dumpling soup with pan-fried dumplings and eggs, all included. Yes. Ni Yang nodded. The boss lady did a quick calculation, that will be 7 yuan. Ni Yang handed her 2 large denominations, put the change all in the takeaway bag. All right. The boss lady nodded. Chapter 789, Please give me another chance. _6. After paying, Ni Yang walked out. Wu Yenyun had almost finished eating. Ni Yang had just eaten at Gustianxiang for lunch, and she couldn't take in another bite. She had only eaten 1 dumpling soup from her bowl. Just then, the lady boss emerged carrying a big bag. Young lady, these are the 5 portions of dumpling soup you packed. Wasn't it said that takeaway wasn't allowed here? Wu Yenyun looked at Ni Yang in surprise. Ni Yang pushed the bag towards Wu Yenyun. This is for you. Take it home for your brother and your family to enjoy. Wu Yenyun quickly refused, no, I can't accept it. Ni Yang had been kind enough already, how could she accept more from her? Ni Yang gave a light laugh. It's okay. Everybody has their fair share of hardships. Just take it. Wu Yenyun was so moved that she was at a loss for words. She was on the verge of tears. Yang, Ni Yang patted Wu Yenyun's hand. I've been in a worse situation than you are in now, Yenyun. Hang in there. There's no hurdle in life we can't get through. She had somehow managed to get through all the hardships in her past life. Yes. Wu Yenyun nodded. Ni Yang continued, I've tasted my dumpling soup, but I didn't touch the pot stickers and the eggs. If you don't mind, you can take them too. Wu Yenyun finally understood. When Ni Yang said that takeouts weren't allowed, she was just trying to make Wu Yenyun eat more. She felt a lump in her throat. The tears that she had been holding back began to flow again. I don't mind, Wu Yenyun's head was nodding, Yang, thank you. When she was able, she wanted to be like Ni Yang, someone who spreads warmth. Ni Yang stood up. I have something else to take care of, I'm leaving now. I'll walk you out. Wu Yenyun also got up. Ni Yang smiled and said, no need, we are not going the same way. With that, she turned and walked towards the agricultural market. Wu Yenyun called over the lady boss and had Ni Yang's portion of dumpling soup packed as well. As she was about to leave, Wu Yenyun accidentally found a 5 yuan bill and 3 1 yuan banknotes in the bag. Boss, where did this money come from? Wu Yenyun asked. The lady boss grinned. That young lady who was with you just now told me to put it in the bag. Wu Yenyun was slightly taken aback and then she realized what Ni Yang had done. Ni Yang was probably trying to protect her dignity with that gesture. She truly was a good person. Wu Yenyun silently acknowledged in her heart. When she was carrying the dumpling soup home, she bumped into the landlord, Wu Lan, coming out of the courtyard. Wu Lan noticed a peculiar expression on Wu Yenyun's face for a moment and then quickly resumed her smile. Yenyun, you're back. Wu Yenyun nodded, Aunt Lan. Wu Daolong and Wu Erlong came bounding out of the courtyard. Big sister. Big sister is home. Big sister, what are you carrying? It smells so good. Wu Yenyun smiled and said, of course, it's something good. Wait a moment. I'll divide it up in the kitchen. Wu Daolong was jumping with joy. Wu Yenyun kept the other 5 portions of dumpling soup for dinner and took out Ni Yang's portion separately, dividing it into 3. Ni Yang had just symbolically eaten a mouthful of her portion. Since it was a larger portion, it could be divided into 3 bowls. She gave 1 egg to Granny Wu, and 1 pot sticker each to Wu Daolong and Wu Erlong. Upon seeing that the food was divided into 3 portions, Wu Erlong asked, Big sister, aren't you eating? Wu Yenyun smiled and said, Big sister has already eaten. Before Wu Erlong could respond, Wu Daolong eagerly said, Xiaolong, if you're not eating, I'll eat your portion for you. Wu Erlong immediately guarded his meal. Wu Yenyun took the remaining portion to their grandmother. Their grandmother scolded with a stern face, we're already so poor we can't afford food. Your mom gave you 2 yuan just yesterday, and you've wasted it today. Don't we know our place? You extravagant child. What a disgrace. What could our respectable Wu family have done to deserve a child like you? If only we knew back then. In the end, the grandmother started coughing in agitation, looking like she might collapse at any second. Wu Yenyun immediately tried to pacify her, Grandma, don't be angry. I didn't use the money Mom gave me for this. A kind-hearted lady gave me several portions of these. I plan to save them for dinner. Look, the money Mom gave me is still here. She couldn't dare tell her grandmother about losing the money. She decided to confide it to her parents quietly at night. Seeing this, their grandmother's expression softened slightly. After enjoying the forbidden dumpling soup, she continued, Xiaoyun, how old are you now? I'm 18, Wu Yenyun replied, puzzled. Why would her grandmother suddenly ask her age? 18, their grandmother looked at her with complicated eyes. 18 is not young anymore. She herself had been married at 18. The young mistress had been promised to a family at 16. Grandma, are you asking for a reason? Wu Yenyun continued to inquire. Their grandmother shook her head. No, you can go now. Just as Wu Yenyun was about to leave, it seemed their grandmother remembered something. Both of your younger brothers should be in school, but they are still at home playing. If it weren't for you, your brothers would be in school by now. Xiaoyun, do you know how much it costs to raise a child? Wu Yanyun's voice was a little bitter. I know, their grandmother said, if you are sensible, you should help your parents more. You are 18, no longer a child. Our family is in this mess because of you. Wu Yenyun nodded in agreement. After leaving their grandmother's room, Wu Yanyun's previously joyous mood had turned somber once more. She knew her grandmother's words had a deeper meaning, but she didn't understand her true intention. Wu Yenyun looked up at the somewhat gray sky, wishing she could give herself a cathartic cry. The Deming Pavilion was located at the busiest street in Beijing. The area near the Deming Pavilion was unusually tranquil because it was the residence of a nobleman. This nobleman was none other than Master Du. Master Du stood by a small pond in the garden, feeding fishes, while Wang Ziki reported the information he had found. Master Du, Mr. Zheng's biological granddaughter, is named Anai Yang. She's 19 years old. She used to live in Dam Village in Haiqing with her birth mother, Anai Tsuehua. 2 years ago, after her parents divorced, she moved to Beijing with her mother, Anai Yang. Master Du scattered a handful of fish food into the pond. Look up Anai Yang's whereabouts on that night then. Although according to Wang Ziki's findings, Anai Yang seemed to be an ordinary village girl, Master Du knew she was no ordinary person. Wang Ziki was momentarily taken aback before nodding in acknowledgement. Third brother, who is this lady you are going to such lengths for this time? A fashionable woman approached from afar. Wang Ziki respectfully greeted, Second Mississippi. Master Du glanced back, absent-mindedly twirling his prayer beads. She saved my life. She is not a paramour. Second sister, when did you arrive in Beijing? Chapter 790, So Unique. Found the real lifesaver. _1 The person who arrived was none other than Du's half-sister from the same father, Du Jiaojiao. Du Jiaojiao was 36 years old this year, but she looked no different from a woman in her early 20s. She was wearing a fashionable lace dress, her hair was curled in golden waves, and she had on a pair of light black high heels. As she walked, each step clicked on the floor, emanating an aura of authority. Upon hearing this, Du Jiaojiao asked seriously, a savior? What happened? Du narrated the incident from that night in a calm and composed manner. His casual demeanor as if the person who almost died that night wasn't him. People like Du had long understood the cycle of life and death. To him, life and death were no more than a cycle. Du Jiaojiao squinted her eyes in anger and said, These people are absolutely reckless. No sooner had you left Shanghai than they set their sights on Beijing. Du twiddled with his Buddha beads, no point getting angry, it's not good for your health. Du Jiaojiao was so angry that she started to laugh. Who do you think I'm doing this for? It's all for you. Although he wasn't her full brother, their bond was much deeper than that of ordinary siblings. Du Jiaojiao then asked, Have you found out who's behind this? Du nodded his head. Du Jiaojiao jumped in, Who is it? I'll kill him myself. Du replied, There's no need for you to act, sister. I've already taken care of it. Du Jiaojiao laughed, I always knew you were a smiling tiger, pretending not to care on the surface but holding grudges deep down. Given her brother's tumultuous past, his journey to the present has been far from easy. Along the way, a lot of blood had been shed. He truly stepped on bones to get where he is. With one hand on his Buddha beads and the other tossing some fish bait, he said, I'm no saint, if someone crosses my line, I'll naturally pay them back. Du Jiaojiao added, So the young girl who saved you is quite formidable. Haven't you found her yet? Anyone who could save her brother must be extraordinarily skilled. At the moment, Du Jiaojiao was also curious about what this little girl looked like. Du shook his head. It was already dark at that time and the clues were too scarce. Du Jiaojiao chuckled, no rush. As long as destiny dictates, you two shall meet again. Du did not continue the conversation. Du Jiaojiao nudged him with her elbow and giggled, by the way, do you have some good news to share? What good news? Du was puzzled. Du Jiaojiao laughed, don't play dumb. I heard back in Shanghai that you've set your sights on a young girl and are thinking about bringing her home as your wife. No, Du straightforwardly denied. Du Jiaojiao was speechless. You're still pretending in front of your sister. Really, there isn't. Du Jiaojiao frowned. Tell me honestly, all these years, haven't you had feelings for anyone? Her brother was already in his 30s this year. He was often surrounded by women and even had 2 mistresses. But he had never truly opened his heart to anyone. He was like an emotionless machine, cold and indifferent. Du lightly shook his head. Throughout my life, I have never understood what it is to like. Du Jiaojiao then asked, what about love? Even if you've never liked anyone, you must have loved someone, right? Du cracked a smile. Love? What is love? Is it something that can satisfy hunger or thirst? Besides, is there really such a thing as love in this world? He never believed in love between a man and a woman. He never loved anyone. He even found it puzzling why some people could make a huge fuss over so-called love. In Du's view, this was incredibly foolish behavior. Du Jiaojiao shook her head in disbelief. Being with someone like you who doesn't understand love is so boring. Du fiddled with his Buddha beads. Buddha said, life is what we make of it, all things in the world are transient. If the mind is not moved, nothing in the world is moved. If the mind doesn't change, everything remains the same. And his mind would never be moved for anyone. Du Jiaojiao gave a snort. There's a long road of life ahead. I don't believe you won't fall for any girl in the future. Being human, no one could escape the 2 words, passionate love. Du laughed softly. If I could fall for someone, would I still be waiting till now? Over these years, he had encountered countless admirable women. Du Jiaojiao gave him a glance, but couldn't refute his words. Chapter 791, So Unique. Found the real lifesaver. _2. Her younger brother, who was well-traveled and handsome, attracted numerous women who wouldn't consider marrying anyone else. Even the daughter of the leader of the desert country, whom he did not bother to give much attention to. He even avoided accepting 2 concubines. Du Jiaojiao continued, little brother, I think you should reduce your reading of those Buddhist scriptures. At this rate, you might as well become a monk. Master Du sighed. Master Wuchen said my 6 senses are impure, so he refused to take me as his disciple. You actually want to become a monk? Have you gone mad? Du Jiaojiao widened her eyes in disbelief, her voice several decibels higher. Master Du smiled, seeming rather amused by the whole scene. Du Jiaojiao continued, our mother only has you as her son. You can't give up on life so easily. The mother, in her words, was Master Du's biological mother. Their father was a notorious womanizer, his legacy littered with the hearts of countless women. Master Du switched his Buddha beads to the other hand. You're overthinking things, second sister. If Master Wuchen didn't accept him as a student, there was still plenty for him to do in mundane life. He had no plans to become a monk anytime soon. Du Jiaojiao noticed the Buddha beads in Master Du's hand and asked, you've been using these Buddha beads for so many years. What are they made of? They're of such good quality. Xiaoye red sandalwood. Master Du replied. Du Jiaojiao extended her hand, let me have a look. No. Master Du refused. Why? Du Jiaojiao asked. Why couldn't she see the simple strand of Buddha beads? Master Du continued, these Buddha beads have gained spiritual energy over the years. Except for me, no one else has ever touched them. If you like them, second sister, I can have our people bring you a few more strands to choose from. However, this one is off limits. Du Jiaojiao asked, I can't even look at them. No. Master Du replied. In actuality, Master Du was overly territorial about his belongings. He didn't even allow others a lingering glance, not even his mother. TCH, so stingy. Du Jiaojiao huffed, I don't want to see it then. Master Du continued, you must be hungry from your long journey, second sister. I know a great restaurant. Would you like to go? Upon hearing about food, Du Jiaojiao's spirits quickly lifted, sure. The two of them made their way to Gustianxiang. Over the years, Du Jiaojiao had visited more than a dozen countries and seen countless restaurants. But it was the first time she had come across one like Gustianxiang. More than a restaurant, it was like an art gallery. Awe-inspiring. Du Jiaojiao exclaimed, goodness. I can't believe there's a restaurant like this in Beijing. Master Du said, my reaction was exactly the same when I first came here. Du Jiaojiao continued, who's the owner of this place? Master Du shook his head. He too was curious about the owner of the shop, but their privacy was well guarded, so he couldn't find out. Laughing, Du Jiaojiao said, how mysterious. As they entered a private room, Du Jiaojiao couldn't help but exclaim again. She pulled a waitress aside and asked, young girl, the garment you're wearing is really beautiful. Is this a vintage piece? Where did you get it? All the waitresses at Gustianxiang underwent professional training. Dear customer, the dress I'm wearing is called Chiru, a traditional Han costume. It's custom made from a factory by our boss. Upon hearing this, Du Jiaojiao's curiosity about the owner of Gustianxiang piqued even more. Young girl, who's your boss? The waitress shook her head, I'm not really sure, I've never seen our boss. So, the owner of Gustianxiang wasn't a simple character. Du Jiaojiao asked, if you've never seen your boss, then who's responsible for running the restaurant now? The waitress replied, currently, our restaurant is being managed by the manager. Du Jiaojiao nodded, okay, bring me the menu. The waitress handed Du Jiaojiao the menu. Du Jiaojiao looked up at Master Du, little brother, what would you like to eat? Master Du glanced at Du Jiaojiao, I'm vegetarian. Du Jiaojiao shook her head in disbelief, you recite scriptures, wear Buddha beads, and eat vegan. Anybody who didn't know better would think you're a monk. You're just so boring. You'll have this grand spread, this gold-plated bounty and this. In one breath, Du Jiaojiao ordered a long list of dishes, considerately adding 3 vegetarian dishes for Master Du. Would you like anything to drink? The waitress asked. Du Jiaojiao thought for a moment, then said, oh, my skin has been in terrible condition lately. It's so dry and uncomfortable. Let's have a lemon water. Chapter 792, So Unique. Found the real lifesaver. _3. In reality, women of this era seldom knew the hydrating effects of lemon water, but Du Jiaojiao was different. She was a modern lady, educated in the West, and knew quite a few things. All right. The waiter nodded. Then, Du Jiaojiao turned to Du Yi, what do you want to drink? Westlake Longjing tea will do. Du Yi's tone was indifferent. Du Yi never bothered with miscellaneous things, he rarely drank even plain water. The only beverage he drank was tea. Boring. When the dishes were served, Du Jiaojiao was again filled with surprise. Oh my God! This had to be the tastiest restaurant she had ever tried. Even a glass of lemon water was so refreshing, so unique. Yang stayed at her master's house for the entire afternoon and only returned home around 7 p.m. Today was Saturday, and as usual, Yang had to visit the Shengwan family. Saturday and Sunday were the days she usually spent with the old lady Shangwan. At the trash bin by the entrance, Ni Yang found a large bouquet of bright red roses. Perhaps total to 99 roses. This must have been given to Shangwan Furong by some admirer. Even though Shangwan Furong was over 30, she kept herself extremely well preserved. She was already beautiful to begin with, so she was never short of suitors. Sister Ni Yang. As soon as Ni Yang stepped into the house, Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing, the two sisters, came rushing out. Shangwan Furong wasn't always at the Shangwan family. She only came back on weekends. She spent Saturdays at the Shangwan family, and on Sundays she would take the children to the Zhao family to visit the old lady Zhao. Even though she was divorced, old lady Zhao was still the grandmother of the two children. Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing really liked their cousin, Ni Yang. Zijuan, Ziqing, Ni Yang took out the candies she had prepared from her bag. The candies were shaped like little pigs, extremely cute, almost making one reluctant to eat them. Thank you, Sister Ni Yang. Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing said, politely thanking her. Ni Yang patted their little heads, go and play. Let's go find sister and play. The two ran inside. Yan Yan is back. Shangwan she came out from inside. Sister Xiaoxi. Ni Yang stretched out her hand and hugged Shangwan Shi. Shangwan Shi and Shangwan Su also came back once a week, usually living in their own home. Yan Yan, we're having dumplings tonight. What filling do you want? Shangwan Furong walked out of the kitchen wearing an apron and looked at Ni Yang with a smile. Shangwan Furong had changed a lot. The old her would never have done any housework, but now she even made dumplings. Her long hair had been cut short to ear length, making her look very energetic. It was like she had turned into a new person. Ni Yang laughed and said, Auntie is back, I want dumplings with pure pork filling. Ni Yang loved dumplings with pure pork filling. Of course, she would occasionally eat dumplings with other fillings too. The same went for buns. Shangwan Furong nodded, all right. Ni Yang put her bag on the sofa, it'll help you guys make the dumplings. Me too. Shangwan she tucked Ni Yang's arm under hers. The two went to the kitchen where everyone was making dumplings, including Shangwan Su. Even though Shangwan Su was a man, he made very beautiful dumplings. Shangwan she noticed that all the dumplings Shangwan Su made had a pork filling. He kept his head down and was very focused, giving off a warm aura under the light. Shangwan she thought that whoever married her brother would be very happy in their future. Old lady Shangwan was surrounded by everyone and was very happy. She was truly very happy. She was truly delighted that the Shangwan family had arrived at where they were today, with such sensible and adorable children around them. Zheng Lingling was very angry, the more she thought about it, the more she couldn't accept it. Why did the old Jing lady and old Jing gentleman treat Ni Yang and Jing Xianjing differently? Jing Xianjing was clearly more outstanding than Ni Yang. Was it possible for Ni Yang to save Du Ye's life like Jing Xianjing could? Ni Zuihua and Ni Yang had gone to the Shangwan family, yet these two old folks didn't even come downstairs. Did they really think their family of three was dead? Zheng Lingling sat on the sofa, all her features twisted into a knot. Boo! At this moment, a figure jumped out from behind, giving Zheng Lingling a big fright. You crazy! Zheng Lingling was about to curse crazy woman, but suddenly remembered that the old Jing lady and old Jing gentleman were at home. She immediately swallowed the words and pasted a strained smile on her face. Aunt Suyu, what are you doing? Haha, you're a ghost. I scared you. Zhang Suyu jumped up delightedly. Chapter 793, So Unique. Found the real lifesaver. _4. Zheng Lingling continued, Aunt Suyu, please stop causing a ruckus and go get some rest. Ah. No. Don't kill me. I don't know anything. Zhang Suyu suddenly became frightened. She sat on the ground, kicking in front. Go away. The ghost is so terrifying. Sister, come save me. I can't see. I don't know. Zhang Lingling looked at Zhang Suyu, narrowing her eyes slightly. This madwoman only knows how to blather nonsense. Auntie, are you okay? It'll help you back to rest. Zhang Lingling reached out to assist Zhang Suyu. Zhang Suyu pushed Zhang Lingling to the ground. You are a ghost. You are not a human. Sister, save me. At that moment, old lady Zhang came running down from upstairs. Suyu, are you okay? Sister. Zhang Suyu ran towards old lady Zhang. Old lady Zhang's eyes welled up with tears. Suyu, do you remember me? Zhang Suyu didn't like calling her sister-in-law from the beginning. When they first met, Zhang Suyu always addressed her as sister-in-law. Even after she married Zhang Jun, Zhang Suyu still called her sister. She has been calling her that for decades now. Zhang Lingling's gaze tightened. Has this madwoman really recovered? Sister, there's a ghost that wants to kill me. I'm so scared. They're all ghosts. Zhang Suyu pointed at non-existent people in the air and clung tightly to old lady Zhang in terror. Old lady Zhang sighed. Suyu, there are no ghosts in this world. Don't be scared. She thought Zhang Suyu was getting better. Zhang Suyu shivered in fear. Old lady Zhang continued. Suyu, how about I take you upstairs to rest? Zhang Suyu nodded in fear. Zhang Lingling said, Mother, Aunt Suyu hasn't been in a great state of mind these days. Coincidentally, her medication has run out. I'll go visit Dr. Jiang and get some more medicine. Okay, instructed old lady Zhang. It's already dark out. Lingling, tell the driver to be careful on the road. Okay. Zhang Lingling nodded. I'll go get ready and ask Sun Wu to accompany me. Zhang Lingling returned to her room. Sun Wu was sitting on the bed watching TV. Zhang Lingling continued, Get up quickly, stop watching TV. Get up. Sun Wu looked up at Zhang Lingling. Where are we going? Zhang Lingling said, to Dr. Jiang's. Without saying anything further, Sun Wu immediately got out of bed. The couple arrived at Dr. Jiang's residence by car. Seeing Zhang Lingling and Sun Wu, Dr. Jiang was delighted and busy pouring tea for the couple. Zhang Lingling took the teapot from Dr. Jiang's hand. You don't have to do that, I can pour the tea, Dr. Jiang continued. Have you two had dinner? If not, I can cook for you. Sun Wu said, Aunt Jiang, you don't have to trouble yourself. We've already eaten. Dr. Jiang nodded, that's good. The three of them chatted for a while, the room filled with laughter and a warm atmosphere. Zhang Lingling said, Aunt Jiang, Aunt Suyu's medicine has run out. I came here to get some. Dr. Jiang said, I'll get the medicine for you in a bit. Zhang Lingling set down her teacup and continued, Aunt Jiang, Aunt Suyu's condition has been getting worse recently. She has been saying some strange things like someone wants to harm her and that she didn't see anything, she doesn't know anything. Upon hearing this, Dr. Jiang's expression changed. Zhang Lingling continued, Aunt Jiang, I suggest you prescribe some medication to treat her condition. Aunt Suyu can't continue rambling nonsense like this. There are always people coming and going in our house. This way they will just laugh at us, won't they? Dr. Jiang nodded, okay, I understand. After discussing Zhang Suyu's condition, Zhang Lingling began talking about the Zhang family situation. Aunt Jiang, I've come to realize that my mother has never really seen me as her daughter. Nothing can compare to having a child of your own. Remembering the unfairness, Zhang Lingling's eyes turned red. Dr. Jiang patted Zhang Lingling's hand. I don't think your mother is the type of person to play favorites. You're probably overthinking this. Zheng Lingling said, how could I be overthinking it? My mother is exactly like that. It was a little better before she found her real child. Since then, they've become more and more excessive. Sun Wu nodded in agreement. Yes, it really is like that. I can vouch for her. My parents-in-law really don't seem to care about us now. Dr. Jiang's expression turned sour. Chapter 794, So Unique. Found the real lifesaver. _5. How had the old lady of the Jing family promised to take care of Lingling when she brought her to her side? She had said that she would cherish Lingling and treat her as her own daughter. How many years had passed since then? Human hearts. Really impossible to examine. Dr. Jiang looked up at Lingling. Your niece Ni Yang also has medical skills. Lingling was startled. How did you know? She hadn't paid much attention. Dr. Jiang explained, when I met her last time, I smelled a faint scent of Chinese medicine on her and saw that she was carrying a bag for acupuncture needles. Why would an ordinary person carry needles for acupuncture? After speaking, Dr. Jiang continued, in my observation, her medical skills are not bad. Lingling snorted coldly, I didn't expect this country girl to be so capable. Dr. Jiang glanced at her, Lingling, as I've told you before, never underestimate anyone. Lingling fell silent. Dr. Jiang asked again, how have your parents been doing recently? They are both fine, Lingling replied. Dr. Jiang nodded, remember what I told you last time. Do not make ginseng soup for your parents again. Have you been making it since then? No, Lingling shook her head. She always obeyed Dr. Jiang's instructions. That's good. Dr. Jiang heaved a sigh of relief, and then reassured her, Lingling, for some things, there is no need to be hasty. You have been her daughter for so many years, I believe she would never treat you unfairly. After speaking, she continued, I'll handle the rest. Yup. With Dr. Jiang's words, Lingling immediately found a sense of security. Dr. Jiang continued, in a few days, it will be Xianjing's birthday. Your niece, Ni Yang, shares the same birthday as her. You can organize a grand birthday party for them. Xianjing is now the life-saving benefactor of Master Du. He definitely won't dismiss her birthday. It's a good opportunity to show your mother who is better suited to be Miss Zheng. Upon hearing this, Lingling's eyes lit up, you're right. Why had she not thought of that? If it's Xianjing's birthday, Master Du will definitely make an appearance. Both of the two granddaughters have their birthday on the same day, but one will have the full support and attention of Master Du and all the other wealthy families. The scene will surely be lively. The Shengguan family. After dinner, the Shengguan matriarch asked Shengguan Furong to join her on the couch for a chat. Furong, could you bring the children to visit their grandmother tomorrow? Okay. Shengguan Furong nodded, well, go tomorrow. Another pause before the Shengguan matriarch asked, did Xiaoshan come to see you today? Yes. Furong replied. So, what do you think? Shengguan matriarch continued asking. Shengguan Furong responded, Mom, it's simply impossible for him and me. She had thought a lot about it recently. She was able to forgive Xiaoshan for his actions because he was the father of her children after all. But she could never be with him again. Spilled water cannot be gathered again. The Shengguan matriarch sighed, Furong, don't you ever consider the children? They are still so young, Shengguan Furong replied, it is precisely because I have thought about them that I bring them over at least once a week to visit their father. They do not lack the presence of a father. But the children only get to see him once a week. Other kids can see their parents any day. The Shengguan matriarch added. Shengguan Furong responded, that's not how it should be viewed. There are left-behind children in rural areas who only get to see their parents once a year, so then, is a week longer or is a year longer? The Shangguan matriarch was silenced. You just need to think carefully. When you go to their grandmother's tomorrow, remember to bring more gifts. I heard that Zhao's matriarch has not been feeling well recently. Blessings are often given to the offspring by their parents. Forget it. She should not bother anymore. Shangguan Furong nodded. Okay, I know. The following morning, Shangguan Furong carried some healthcare products and took her children to the Zhao family. The Zhao matriarch had recently caught a cold and had been running a fever. When Shangguan Furong and the children arrived, the Zhao matriarch was lying in bed on an IV drip. Grandma! Grandma! The children immediately gathered around her. Upon seeing the children, the Zhao matriarch's face broke into a smile. Zijuan, Ziqing. Aunt, are you okay? Shangguan Furong approached her. With a smile, the Zhao matriarch said, Furong, you came too. I'm fine, just having a bit of a cold. Chapter 795, So Unique. Found the real lifesaver. _6. Shangguan Furong tucked the duvet around old lady Shangguan. You need to take care of yourself. Old lady Zhao nodded. Yes, I know. Just then, Zhaoshen walked in from outside. Furong, you're here. Shangguan Furong nodded. The children were thrilled to see Zhaoshen. Dad. Even though Zhao Ziqing and Zhao Zijuan were quite grown up, Zhaoshen still picked up one of them. Zijuan, Ziqing, have you missed Dad? Yes. Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing nodded. Shangguan Furong watched the scene unfold, a smile tugging at her lips. Being apart for a while actually felt good. Zhaoshen had never been so affectionate with the children before. Because old lady Zhao's health was failing, Shangguan Furong decided to leave one of the children with the Zhao family to keep her company. After all, one shouldn't be too selfish. Having witnessed what happened with Lin Fang, she believed that the Zhao family wouldn't repeat the same mistake. She herself would visit once a week. Which of you would like to stay with Grandma? Shangguan Furong squatted before the two children, asking. I will. Zhao Zijuan stepped forward. Mom, I want to stay with Grandma. All right, Shangguan Furong nodded, patting Zhao Zijuan's head. Then, you need to listen to Grandma, okay? Mom will come back to see you once a week. Yes, Mom, I know. Zhao Zijuan nodded sensibly. Tears streamed down old lady Zhao's face as she lay in her hospital bed, moved by their actions. That evening, Zhaoshen walked out with Zhao Zijuan to see off Shangguan Furong and Zhao Ziqing. Furong, thank you. Shangguan Furong replied, You don't need to thank me. Zijuan isn't just my child. However, let me be clear. If you repeat your mistakes, you won't see your children ever again. She would take the children far away. It will never happen again. You have my word. Zhaoshen promised. Shangguan Furong continued, Remember those words. All right, no need for goodbyes, you better go back. Ziqing, say goodbye to your father and brother. Reluctantly, Zhao Ziqing waved. Goodbye, Dad. Goodbye, brother. Zhaoshen opened his mouth. Furong, have we really no chance to be together anymore? His eyes were filled with pleading. No, no chance, Shangguan Furong answered. Zhaoshen, I wish you to find your true love soon. Having said that, Shangguan Furong turned around with her child and walked away. With his heart feeling as if it had been torn apart, Zhaoshen watched the silhouettes of the mother and daughter disappear. The pain was real. They were once a happy family of 4, now, they were going their separate ways. Deming Villa. Wang Ziki, soaked in sweat, ran into Grandpa Du's study room. Grandpa Du. Grandpa Du. Grandpa Du put down his Buddhist scripture. What is it? Wang Ziki exclaimed excitedly, Grandpa Du, it's her. It's really her. Grandpa Du's eyebrows furrowed, what do you mean it's her? Be clearer. Wang Ziki couldn't calm down. And who would blame him, considering it was about Grandpa Du's savior, who was also his? He hadn't imagined that Jing Xianjing was an imposter. Grandpa Du was proven to be right. Wang Ziki recomposed himself. Grandpa Du, the person who helped us that night, it was Ni Yang. It was her. Grandpa Du remained unfazed. This revelation was not surprising to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Wang Ziki to investigate Ni Yang. Wang Ziki continued, Grandpa Du, should I bring that necklace to Ni Yang? No need, said Grandpa Du, that necklace has already been given to someone else. Regifting it to Ni Yang would seem insincere. Bring the night pearl. The night pearl. The night pearl dated back to the Northern Song dynasty. Wang Ziki was stunned. It seemed that Grandpa Du was really going all out this time. If they wanted to find Ni Yang, they could go to the national colors and heavenly fragrances. Ni Yang was a regular at the national colors and heavenly fragrances. As the weather had begun to get warmer, Ni Yang had stopped wearing her coat. That day, she was wearing a light blue cheongsam with her hair down, a pale blue crystal hairpin adorned with thin fringe on the left side. The fringes trembled as she walked, much like the shimmering surface of water. She was captivating. She looked as if she had walked straight out of a vintage Chinese painting. Grandpa Du was immediately drawn to Ni Yang, who was deep in conversation with Gu Lanji, as he entered. The buzzing crowd and the distance made it hard for him to catch their conversation. Grandpa Du, should we go over? Wang Ziki asked. Grandpa Du nodded. Chapter 796, So Unique. Found the real lifesaver. _7 The two approached together. Miss Ni, excuse the interruption. Mr. Du spoke in an indifferent tone. Ni Yang looked back slightly and saw the man dressed like a scholar and Wang Ziki standing next to him. Ni Yang had seen Wang Ziki's photos at her master and mistress place, and recognized Wang Ziki at first glance. Could it be that this man was the one she had rescued in the alley last time? No, Ni Yang suddenly realized, how did they know her last name was Ni? Ha! Are you calling me? Yes. Mr. Du nodded, can I have a word with you, Miss Ni? Ni Yang glanced at Wang Ziki, then at Mr. Du, and then nodded, okay. The three of them made their way to the private room upstairs. Mr. Du took out the white crystal hair clip. Miss Ni, do you recognize this? Ni Yang looked closely, isn't this my hair clip? She had lost one of her hair clips before, but she didn't really take notice, never thought it would have been picked up by this man. How can you prove that this is yours? Mr. Du had always been suspicious. Ni Yang gave a faint smile, took the blue crystal hair clip from her head, a strand of blue-black hair slid down to her ear, spilling onto the table like ink splashed on water. Look, they are a pair, the only difference is the color. Ni Yang had many of these hair clips because she used them to match with her cheongsams, so she had them in every color, and all her hair clips were handmade by her, always in pairs. Was that person that evening you? Asked Mr. Du as Ni Yang expected. He had come to find her for this matter. Yes, it's me. I never thought you would be able to find me. It was a time without surveillance, and it had already gotten dark, and she had left nothing to identify herself, so Ni Yang was genuinely surprised that they could find her. It was unexpected. Seems like, Boss Wang Ziki has quite the influence. Mr. Du continued, may I ask, why did you decide to save me that night? And how did you know I was in danger? It was quite clear that Ni Yang came that night prepared. Mr. Du posed two questions, which were quite difficult for Ni Yang to answer. She couldn't very well say that she was reborn, could she? Because she didn't know in advance that Mr. Du would come, she hadn't prepared in advance. She merely wanted to be an unknown hero. Never thought that Mr. Du would be so persistent in finding her. After a moment, Ni Yang looked at Wang Ziki. Mr. Du immediately understood. Ziki, could you step out for a moment? Okay. Wang Ziki nodded. Can you tell me now? Mr. Du asked. Ni Yang continued, to be honest, I didn't know on that night you were in danger as well. I was there to save my senior brother, and you were saved incidentally. Saved incidentally. Being always esteemed, Mr. Du was hearing such a phrase for the first time. Wherever Mr. Du went, wasn't he adored by everyone? Yet now, his life was only saved incidentally. It was quite a peculiar feeling. Your senior brother is Wang Ziki? Mr. Du asked. Yes, but he doesn't know about my existence. Ni Yang nodded. I am a newly accepted disciple of Old Master Wang. I am currently learning medical skills from him. Mr. Du knew that Wang Ziki's father is a doctor. He fiddled with his Buddha beads. Then how did you know that your senior brother was in danger? Ni Yang professionally shot the breeze. You might not believe it, but I can tell fortunes. I had foreseen that my senior brother would face a life and death tribulation that evening, so I was there, waiting. After all, whether it's one person or two I had to save, I might as well save you too. Chapter 797, Face Slapping at the Birthday Banquet. _1 Ni Yang spoke in a gentle tone, there was no hint of jesting in his words. It took a while for Sir Du to process this fact. He was only saved as an afterthought. Can you really tell fortunes? Sir Du asked again. Yes. Ni Yang affirmed with a serious nod. Sir Du toyed with his Buddha beads. Then, can you predict my fortune too? No. Ni Yang shook his head. Sir Du raised an eyebrow. Ni Yang pinched his fingers, putting on the air of a hermit above worldly concerns. Sir, have you ever seen a hermit, I mean a real one, casually predicting fortunes for others? Besides, fortune-telling involves breaking the heavenly secrecy, which could backfire and harm oneself. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Ziki is my elder martial brother, I would not have risked my life to predict his fortune. Ni Yang, who had also been an important figure in his previous life, was quite adept later at cajoling others. It was fortunate that Sir Du, due to his weak and illness-prone constitution during his early years, had kept a few Taoist priests around and so, had a certain degree of belief in metaphysics. Therefore, he didn't question Ni Yang's claims much. After all, it was a fact that she had saved him. Moreover, Sir Du's intuition told him that Ni Yang was not a liar, nor was she someone with ulterior motives. Because her eyes were too clear. Sir Du, who had met countless people, was encountering such clear eyes for the first time. They were like pristine, flawless gems. After hearing Ni Yang's words, Sir Du concluded, so basically, the only reason I managed to escape death was that I had Wang Ziki's luck on my side. If it were not for Wang Ziki, he would have been dead by now. Ni Yang nodded in agreement, indeed. The fact was, Sir Du was indeed a side beneficiary, and it was only because of Wang Ziki's luck that Ni Yang had ventured into that alley in the first place. Had it not been for Wang Ziki, Ni Yang wouldn't have even entertained the thought. The realities were realities. Apart from her past reincarnation, Ni Yang did not wish to deceive Sir Du. Sir Du, though it was unbelievable, he was indeed saved as an afterthought. And it was also because of Wang Ziki's luck. Though this young girl in front of him was a cousin to Jing Xianjing, she was nothing like the manipulative Jing Xianjing. Ni Yang didn't even want to pretend to appease him. Had it been anyone else, they would have said, I just couldn't bear to watch a vibrant life vanish before my eyes. But Ni Yang had voiced the cold hard truth. Sir Du took out the gift box he had prepared beforehand and said, "Regardless of the circumstances, you saved my life once. I'm the type of person who doesn't like owing anyone anything. This is my token of gratitude." In the exquisite mahogany gift box lay a glossy, exceedingly round pearl. The pearl was a lake blue hue, nearly transparent, and emitted a brilliant, jade-like radiance as it absorbed and blended with the surrounding light. Extravagantly beautiful it was. Yang's gaze gently slid away from the night pearl. "Sir, you were only saved as an afterthought by me. Strictly speaking, my elder martial brother is your real savior. Your gratitude should be directed towards him. It's not proper to receive rewards undeservedly." If she really accepted such a big gift, Yang would feel guilty. "So instead, you would like me to owe you?" Sir Du retorted. "Right." Now that he had said as much, if she were to refuse again, he might think she had some ulterior motive. Yang reached out and picked up the night pearl. Her skin was as white as snow and the soft light of the night pearl spilled through her fingers, making her fingertips seem as if they were made of jade. "If that's the case, then thank you, sir. From now on, we will be even." Sir Du toyed with his Buddha beads and chuckled. "My surname is Du. Everyone calls me Sir Du, Sir Du." Who would have thought this seemingly gentle and scholarly man would behave like a martial world wanderer? Sir Du. Yang squinted. Could it be the Sir Du from the 10-mile foreign district? In her previous life, Yang, having seen the world, naturally knew about Sir Du from the 10-mile foreign district. However, it was hard for her to reconcile this gentle and scholarly man before her with the ruthless, bloody Sir Du from the 10-mile foreign district. With a light smile, Yang introduced herself. "My name is Yang. Everyone calls me Brother Smoke." Actually, Yang wanted to introduce herself as Sir Smoke, but Brother Smoke sounded better. Sir Du responded, "Mississippi don't joke around." With the night pearl in her hand, Yang retorted seriously, "Mr. Du, I am not joking." Her unstated implication being, if you can be addressed as Sir Du, why can't I be called Brother Smoke? No matter where Sir Du went, people would respectfully address him as Sir Du. Over time, he had almost forgotten his own name. Chapter 798, Face Slapping at the Birthday Banquet. _2. This was the first time he had been mocked by a young girl, who insisted he call her Brother Yang. Yang was toying with the night pearl in her hand, and then said, "Mr. Du, I will take the pearl. You may excuse me, I have some obligations." Mr. Du stood up to bid her farewell. As she crossed through the beaded curtain, Yang seemed to suddenly remember something. She glanced back at Mr. Du. "By the way, Mr. Du, my senior was part of your rescue team. I hope you remember to thank him as well." The glinting crystal beads reflected on her distinct features, creating a hazy beauty sprinkled with an aura of mystery. Mr. Du nodded slightly. He partook the beaded curtain and the visage before him became clear. "Of course," he said. Yang gave a nod and turned to leave. Wang Ziki was waiting outside the door when it suddenly opened, and Yang emerged. "Miss Ni," Wang Ziki said respectfully. Yang looked at Wang Ziki, and suddenly seemed to realize something. She said with surprise, "You're a Wang, aren't you?" "Yes." Wang Ziki nodded. Yang continued, "So, Mr. Wang Yu is your father, right?" Wang Ziki was surprised. "Miss Ni, you know my father." Yang replied, "Brother. I am your father's newest student. I have seen your picture at my master's place." Wang Ziki did not expect Yang to be his father's student. "Are you really my father's new student?" an excited Wang Ziki asked. "How are my parents doing? Are they well?" He had been away from home for work for quite some time and was always concerned about them. Yang nodded. "Brother, our master and his wife miss you. When you have the time, remember to visit them. Wang Ziki scratched his head. I don't have any days off recently. In fact, Wang Ziki hadn't been home for almost 2 years. As Mr. Du's personal assistant, he needed to ensure Mr. Du's safety at all times, leaving him little freedom with his time. Ni Yang added, "Brother, do not worry. Mr. Du is such a good and grateful person. There is no doubt that he, being such an exceptional leader, will grant you leave. When that time comes, make sure to visit the master and his wife." Mr. Du stood on the side smiling. This cheeky girl sure knows how to play her part. She already knew Wang Ziki was her senior and pretended to recognize him for the first time. She purposely praised him greatly in his presence with the intention of securing a few days off for Wang Ziki. If he didn't, wouldn't that mean he wasn't a good leader? An unconscious smile touched the corners of Mr. Du's mouth. Ni Yang's words had left the honest Wang Ziki at a loss for words. "Miss Ni, rest assured. As soon as I have time off, I'll visit my parents." Ni Yang said with a smile, "Brother, you don't have to be so formal with me, just call me junior sister." Calling such a beautiful woman a junior sister made Wang Ziki feel a bit shy. Junior sister. Ni Yang continued, "Brother, I have to leave for now." "Okay." Wang Ziki nodded. After Ni Yang left, Mr. Du turned to Wang Ziki. "Ziki, come inside with me." "Okay." Wang Ziki followed Mr. Du inside. Once inside the private room, Mr. Du said, "Ziki, I've got some work to do in the next few days. So, I'll give you a leave of 10 days starting next week. Go home and visit your parents." The news of the sudden holidays took Wang Ziki by surprise. "Oh really?" Mr. Du nodded. Recalling someone's instructions, he added, "Also, Ziki, thank you." Gratitude. Wang Ziki was utterly confused. Why on earth would Mr. Du thank him? What had he done to deserve Mr. Du's gratitude? He felt somewhat flustered. While Wang Ziki was still trying to comprehend the situation, Mr. Du continued, "I've been feeling a bit unwell recently, and I heard that your father is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, is that right?" "Yes. My father is a very talented TCM doctor." Wang Ziki nodded and continued, "Mr. Du, why don't you accompany me home? My father could examine you." Despite Wang Ziki's usual slow demeanor, he was surprisingly proactive when it mattered the most. Mr. Du nodded, "That would hardly be any trouble. Thank your father for me, please." Scratching his head, Wang Ziki replied, not a problem at all." As they were already at the colors of the sky, they could not resist a fine feast. Chapter 799, Face Slapping at the Birthday Banquet. _3. By the time the two of them emerged from Gustianxiang, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Walking amidst the bustling streets, Grandpa Du caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. It was Ni Yang. Where did she come out from? The pawn shop. Grandpa Du glanced towards the words on the signboard behind Ni Yang, a twitch playing at the corner of his mouth. Did she pawn the night pearl? Just like that. That night pearl was from the Northern Song dynasty, priceless. She must have gotten a load of money for it. She's still just a young girl after all. She probably thought the night pearl was just a small pearl. Such a quality night pearl, such a waste. What are you looking at, Grandpa Du? Wang Ziki asked, curious. Nothing, replied Grandpa Du, averting his gaze. Let's go. If she wants to pawn it, let it be pawned. After all, the pearl was already given to her. Ni Yang originally intended to pawn the night pearl. After all, such a pearl was all beauty but no value, and it would be better off converted to cash. But who would have known that the pawn shop owner didn't recognize its value, insisting that it was a modern piece, offering only 1,000 yuan for it. And so, she left with the pearl. Seeing Ni Yang leave, the pawn shop owner rushed out after her. Miss, wait, we can talk about this. Actually, 1,000 yuan is really not a small sum. 1,000 yuan was indeed a significant amount, compared to an average monthly salary of 30 yuan. But this night pearl was from the Northern Song dynasty. 1,000 yuan wouldn't even buy a tiny fragment of it. Ni Yang glanced back. There's nothing to talk about, I'm not selling. The pawn shop owner continued, you're quite hot-tempered, young lady. If you think 1,000 yuan is too little, I can add another 500, isn't 500 quite a lot? Your pearl might look pretty, but it's not worth much. Ni Yang looked at the pawn shop owner, then laughed, sir, considering your age, you could call me auntie. Yet you keep calling me a young lady. Do you really think I'm a naive girl you can fool around with? The pawn shop owner adjusted his glasses with a smile. Just look at you, missy. I'd say you're no more than 18. Auntie. These young girls nowadays, they're so good at bluffing. Had only wanted to lower the price because he saw Ni Yang as a young girl, carrying a valuable item. He hadn't expected this young lady to be so shrewd. Ni Yang looked at the pawnshop owner, and with a serious expression said, actually, I'm 88 years old this year. Though I may look young, I've had a surgery abroad. So, young man, in the future, be honest when doing business, and don't always think of cheating others. Young man. This pawn shop owner was already in his 60s, and today he was being called a young man by a young lady. But seeing Ni Yang speaking so convincingly, the pawn shop owner was taken aback. Is it really true? Of course it's true. Ni Yang nodded confidently. The owner of the pawn shop suddenly looked eager and flattered, supporting Ni Yang. Then, madam, please be careful when going down the stairs. I'm worried you might fall. By the way, could you tell me which hospital overseas you had your surgery at and maybe introduce me to it? Who wouldn't want to have a surgery that could make them look younger? Ni Yang replied, sorry, but they don't accept dishonest young people like you. The pawn shop owner, having said her piece, Ni Yang turned around and left. Seeing the two of them leave, a stylishly dressed woman on the side burst out laughing. These Beijing girls are so funny. Having finished laughing, she turned to her assistant. By the way, has my third brother found his savior yet? That's right. This stylish woman is Du Jiaojiao. It seems they've found her, the assistant replied. Then let's get back quickly and see, said Du Jiaojiao. When Du Jiaojiao returned to Demingxian, Grandpa Du was already back. He was sitting in his study room lighting incense, reading Buddhist scriptures. I heard that you found her. Du Jiaojiao strolled in, pouring herself a cup of tea. Grandpa Du responded without lifting his gaze. So what's she like, this girl? Jiaojiao asked curiously. Talking about this girl, it seemed that Grandpa Du had a lot to say. He put down his scripture, and began to recount the events. After listening to the story, Du Jiaojiao laughed till tears filled her eyes. My goodness. Who would have thought there would come a day when your life, Grandpa Du, would be worth so little that someone saved it as an afterthought? So, any particular thoughts? Chapter 800, Face Slapping at the Birthday Banquet. _4. Everyone usually fawned over and sought favor with Mr. Du, but this girl dared to insult him brazenly. In all her years, Du Jiaojiao had never seen Mr. Du lose face like that before. Seeing Du Jiaojiao laughing until her face was contorted, Mr. Du quietly picked up his teacup and took a sip. Thankfully, he didn't tell Du Jiaojiao that Ni Yang wanted him to call her Brother Yang. If Du Jiaojiao heard about that, she would likely laugh herself to death. It seems that not telling her was indeed very wise. After a full 5 minutes of laughter, Du Jiaojiao finally suppressed her giggles. She nudged Mr. Du and said, honestly, do you have any unique feelings about this? I really want to know your current state of mind. Looking at Du Jiaojiao calmly, Mr. Du simply replied, "You're too boring. Don't pretend. Aren't you feeling particularly angry now? Do you want to get back at that little girl?" Du Jiaojiao asked. "Not at all," replied Mr. Du with a flat tone. Continuing, Du Jiaojiao asked, "What was she like? Was she pretty?" Du Jiaojiao was a total beauty fanatic. Mr. Du slightly nodded his agreement. "Is she prettier than I am?" Du Jiaojiao pressed on. Mr. Du paused and looked at Du Jiaojiao before replying, "There's no basis for comparison." Du Jiaojiao frowned slightly. "What do you mean there's no basis for comparison? Are you saying that I'm prettier than her? If so, by how much? Second sister, do you think you're prettier, or is it Change, the legendary Chinese goddess of the moon?" Mr. Du countered. Dumbfounded, Du Jiaojiao replied, "How can these two things even be compared? There's absolutely no basis for comparison." I think you're absolutely right," Mr. Du agreed, nodding approvingly. After a while, Du Jiaojiao finally understood the implication of Mr. Du's words. He was playing mind games. This sly younger brother. Always playing mind games, implying she's not as attractive. The Xing family. Ever since Xing Lingling obtained some medication from the doctor a few days ago, Xing Suyu's condition has improved. Today, she sat at the dining table without any fuss. Halfway through dinner, Xing Lingling said, "Mom, the day after tomorrow is Xianjing and Yang Yang's birthday. Coincidentally, they share the same birthday and this will be Yang Yang's first year with us. I want to make it special." Upon hearing this, the Zheng matriarch put down her chopsticks. "Yes, how thoughtful of you, Lingling. This is Yang Yang's first time celebrating her birthday with us, we should definitely make it grand. It's indeed as if Xianjing and Yang Yang are fated sisters, even sharing a birth date." With a fake smile, Zheng Lingling responded, "Isn't that the truth? This old hag only cares about her own granddaughter." When it was Xianjing's birthday in the past, why didn't she want to celebrate it grandly? I remember the year when Xianjing turned 18. I wanted to throw a dignified birthday party for her, but what did this old hag say? She suggested that instead of wasting resources on a lavish party, we should donate to the orphanage. Was her daughter less important than those orphans? What Xing Lingling didn't understand was that, back then, the Xing matriarch hadn't yet found her long-lost biological daughter. If they had celebrated Xianjing's birthday in grand style, she would have felt as though she was being unfair to the daughter she had lost for so many years. Over the years, the Xing matriarch had made sure to give Xianjing everything she deserved, not a bit less. But Xing Lingling never saw this. She lacked empathy and understanding. Continuing, the Zheng matriarch said, "Since we're celebrating both of their birthdays, don't be frugal about the expenses. Don't hesitate to spend where necessary. We can't let outsiders mock our Zheng family for being stingy." Zheng Lingling nodded obediently. "All right, Mom, I understand." After dinner, back in her room, Zheng Lingling called Xianjing and asked her to come home. As soon as Xianjing heard that her mother was planning a birthday banquet, she immediately set off from school. "Wait and see, Xianjing. I will make sure you stand tall and proud at the birthday banquet. We will trample down that country bumpkin and Yang. She doesn't even deserve to tie your shoelaces." Xianjing expressed some concern. "Mom, are you sure Mr. Du will come? It had been many days. Wang Ziki hadn't shown up in all that time." So Xianjing was worried. Zheng Lingling laughed and reassured her, "Don't worry. Mr. Du will definitely come back. I'll make sure news of your birthday gets disseminated tomorrow." Xianjing nodded. In order to make Xianjing's birthday a success and raise her status, Zheng Lingling put in a great deal of effort, even ordering a top-tier evening gown from overseas specifically for the occasion. Chapter 801, A Slap in the Face at the Birthday Party. _5. This is an extremely luxurious light blue evening gown, adorned with tiny diamonds at the hem, which made it appear as though she was walking on water, incredibly beautiful. Zheng Xianjing put on the dress and stood in front of the mirror, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh my gosh! It looks so good." She never knew she could look so pretty. Zheng Lingling said proudly, "Of course, how could my daughter not be beautiful?" Zheng Xianjing then asked, "By the way, Mom, what kind of evening gown did you prepare for Ni Yang?" Zheng Lingling replied, "The same as yours." Zheng Xianjing asked in shock, "What? The same as mine? How could they be the same? What if Ni Yang stole the spotlight from her?" Zheng Lingling patted Zheng Xianjing's hand, smiling, "Xianjing, don't worry, that little bitch won't steal your thunder. Although her gown is the same style as yours, the color is different, hers is bright red. Just think about it, such a bright red, can she pull it off? Not only can she not pull it off, but it will also look tacky, and her tackiness will only highlight your pure elegance. She is just a stepping stone for you." Actually, Zheng Lingling didn't want to spend a lot of money on a fancy dress for Ni Yang. But with Grandpa Zhang and Grandma Zheng watching, if she bought different dresses for Zheng Xianjing and Ni Yang, Grandpa Zhang and Grandma Zheng would definitely have something to say, which would lead to gossip. By preparing the same dresses, who could have anything to say about that? That's why Zheng Lingling intentionally chose a bright red dress for Ni Yang. Not just bright red, but also adorned with diamonds on the hem. Such a lavish dress isn't something just anyone could carry gracefully. All they had to do was wait for Ni Yang to make a fool of herself. Hearing this, Zheng Xianjing nodded, "Mom, you've really thought of everything." "That's right, otherwise how could I be your mom?" boasted Zheng Lingling. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived, and it was Ni Yang and Zheng Xianjing's birthday. As the lifesaver of Mr. Du, many distinguished people from Beijing personally came to celebrate Zheng Xianjing's birthday today. "Mrs. Zheng, you truly have raised a good daughter. We will all rely on Miss Xianjing in the future." Zheng Lingling replied with a smile, "Mr. Liu, what are you talking about? Your presence at our Xianjing's birthday celebration is a great honor for her. Please, right this way." After sending off Mr. Liu, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Wang, Mr. Li arrived one by one, keeping Zheng Lingling extremely busy. Looking at Ni Tsuehua, there was not a single person who came to greet her. Zheng Lingling felt extremely gratified. Actually, Ni Tsuehua was not paying attention to these things, she was busy chatting with Ni Chengue. Not only had Ni Chengue come today, but Grandma Lu was also there. Grandma Lu, Grandma Zheng, Grandma Shengwan, and Grandma Mo were all quite compatible, and at this moment, the four old ladies were chatting together, only missing a mahjong set. Ni Chengue glanced at Zheng Lingling not far away and then said, "Yang Yang's mom, I see your sister acting all weird, you better be careful around her." Ni Tsuehua nodded, "Yeah, I know, don't worry, she can't bully me." She was no longer the person she used to be. "That's good," Ni Chengue continued, "By the way, where is Yang Yang? She's the star today, how come I haven't seen her come out yet?" Ni Tsuehua smiled, "She's upstairs changing into a dress. Sister Lingling bought her an evening gown from abroad." "Oh," Ni Chengue nodded, turned his head, and looked at Shengwan Dehui not far away playing with little Ni Yun, and said with a smile, "Yang Yang's mom, you really found a good man. Look how well your husband treats little Yun Yun." Ni Tsuehua smiled sweetly. Shengwan Dehui truly was a good husband and a great father. Many times, Ni Tsuehua felt very fortunate. Ni Chengue continued, "Also, Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi, those two kids are also very good. Yang Yang's mom, you are truly blessed." Ni Tsuehua replied with a laugh, "Don't keep praising me, what about you? It's been so many years, when will you find someone again?" Ni Chingui joked, where would I find such good luck as you? You still have an undying first love, my first love is already a grandfather. Ni Tsuhua said, it doesn't have to be a first love, wow. Just then, a sudden sharp intake of breath arose from the crowd. Chapter 802, A Slap in the Face at the Birthday Party. _6. My God. She's so beautiful. Ni Tsuehua and Ni Chingui turned their heads simultaneously, only to see Jing Xianjing, clad in a pale blue luxurious gown, gracefully descending the staircase. The long trail of her gown dragged across the floor, diamonds on it glistening under the crystal lights, refracting dazzling light like the rippling surface of water. She really looks stunning. In awe, Ni Chingui exclaimed, I never thought your niece could look this beautiful. This gown must have been very expensive, right? Ni Tsuhua nodded, yes, I heard it cost over 20,000 yuan. Ni Chingui was dumbfounded. 20,000 yuan just for a gown, the life of the wealthy is truly unimaginable. Watching everyone's envious gazes, Jing Xianjing proudly held her gown, stepping down the stairs elegantly. She loved this feeling of superiority, basking in everyone's attention. Xianjing, you look really pretty tonight. Lu Kersin immediately greeted her. Jing Xianjing pulled a slight smile, just mediocre. Another wealthy girl approached, what do you mean, mediocre? You look like a fairy descended from heaven. I think, even fairies aren't as pretty as Xianjing. Listening to everyone's flattery, a proud smile enveloped Jing Xianjing's face, impossible to hide. Just then, Lu Kersin suddenly froze, staring at the staircase. Then another wealthy girl also froze. A collective gasp echoed through the air. Jing Xianjing frowned slightly, wondering what they were looking at. She turned around to follow everyone's gaze. Upon turning, Jing Xianjing also froze. There, coming down the stairs, was a woman in red. Red, a color so vividly intense, yet on her, it seemed as though it was made just for her. The brilliant red set off her skin so fair and lips so fiery. The gown, cinching at the waist, accentuated her delicate figure, making it slender enough to encircle with an arm. Her gown's diamonds made her seem perched upon the clouds, unattainably high. She outshone everyone. Against this striking presence, the previously pure and elegant Jing Xianjing seemed so colorless she virtually vanished, especially since they wore the same style of gown. Jing Xianjing clenched her fists tightly, shaking in fury. Originally, picking red for Ni Yang was supposed to make her look ridiculous. Unexpectedly, it turned out to highlight her spectacularly. Jing Lingling also couldn't believe she had slipped up. She regretted it. She shouldn't have chosen such a splendid evening gown for Ni Yang. Ni Chingui nearly yelled out, pulling on Ni Kuihua's sleeve, Yang Yang's mom, that's Yang Yang, right? My God! She looks so beautiful. Ni Tsuhua remarked, our Yang Yang has always been this beautiful. Ni Chingui teased with a laugh, look how proud you are. Sheng Guanxi excitedly tugged on Sheng Guansu, brother, look at Yang Yang. Sheng Guansu calmly responded, I see her. Enviously, Sheng Guanxi said, I wish I could look as beautiful as Yang Yang. Sheng Guansu glanced at her, maybe in your next life. Sheng Guanxi, frustrated, hit Sheng Guansu. Old Master Zheng, originally chatting with a few old friends, proudly announced after seeing Ni Yang descend, see. That most beautiful girl is my granddaughter. Does your granddaughter have a boyfriend? If not, my grandson is 22 this year, Old Master Zheng hummed, it's settled. My granddaughter has someone in mind already. Stop scheming for her. Seeing Ni Yang stealing all the limelight, Jing Xianjing's face was nearly twisted with anger. Lu Kersin quickly consoled, Xianjing, that Ni Yang is just all show and no substance. She can't compare to you at all. You are Mr. Du's life savior, and I've heard all about it. Mr. Du had a very exquisite statue custom-made from top-grade gems for your birthday as a token of his gratitude. Really? Jing Xianjing was somewhat surprised. Lu Kersin said, "Of course it's true. My dad told me himself. He was the one who received Mr. Du the day he went to select the gems for carving. Mr. Du said it himself that he wanted to give it to the little Miss Jing from the Jing family as a birthday gift. Who else could the little Miss Jing be, besides Jing Xianjing? In fact, most of the people here tonight came because they had heard about this and wanted to wish Jing Xianjing a happy birthday. They all wanted to take this opportunity to get acquainted with the legendary Mr. Du, so Mr. Du had actually returned to attend her birthday party. At this moment, Jing Xianjing had already pushed aside the awkwardness from earlier. Compared to Mr. Du, what was a little embarrassment? With Mr. Du by her side, she would still be the center of attention tonight. Jing Xianjing was thrilled. Those around her were even more envious. Mr. Du had come to celebrate Jing Xianjing's birthday in person. Not everyone could claim such an honor. Upon hearing this, Lingling immediately went over to Jing Xianjing and instructed her, "Xianjing, when Mr. Du arrives, don't act like those other insipid women. You need to show everyone how you can reject Mr. Du." In Beijing, besides Jing Xianjing, who else could refuse Mr. Du? And yet, Jing Xianjing had always been refusing him, despite Mr. Du's continuous efforts. After tonight, the whole of Beijing will know, Jing Xianjing is Mr. Du's life savior. Jing Xianjing nodded, suppressing the excitement in her heart. "Okay, Mom, I understand." And so, the course of the party changed completely, with everyone discussing Mr. Du. "Did you hear? Mr. Du is coming later." "I already knew about this. Miss Sheng is Mr. Du's life savior, how could Mr. Du not come? Lucky Miss Jing Xianjing, to be able to even save Mr. Du." I didn't expect Jing Xianjing, who appears so frail, to be so deeply capable. Indeed. Mr. Du's life savior. Ni Yang raised her eyebrows slightly upon hearing the discussion. It really was quite coincidental. The person she had casually saved also happened to be called Mr. Du. It remained to be seen which Mr. Du was the one famous throughout the 10-mile foreign trade district. Ni Yang didn't dwell on it and proceeded to chat with Sheng Guanxi and Sheng Guansu. Sheng Guanxi said, "Yang Yang, your dress looks absolutely beautiful." Ni Yang smiled, "After the banquet, I'll lend it to you." "Really? That would be great." Just then, a commotion arose at the entrance of the banquet hall, and all the guests paused to look. They saw 4 men in suits carrying a dazzling gem statue slowly walking inward. The crystal statue, about the height of half a person, was delicately carved, depicting many splendid peaches, symbolizing longevity. Leading the way, one man was dressed in a black suit. Another was dressed in a simple cloth robe and cloth shoes, holding Buddha beads. Despite his plain attire, every move he made exuded an unapproachable aura of nobility. "That's Mr. Du," someone in the crowd recognized him. Mr. Du had indeed come. Jing Xianjing didn't know Mr. Du, but she recognized Wang Ziki, Mr. Du's assistant. Smiling slightly, she fluffed her curly hair and, restraining her excited heart, walked step by step towards Mr. Du. "Mr. Du, I think I made it very clear to your assistant, Mr. Wang Ziki, I'm not the type to leverage gratitude for personal gain. Please take your item back." Chapter 803, Bullied Jing Xianjing, Ugly Behavior. Jing Xianjing spoke with extreme confidence. She knew that Mr. Du was there for her. With so many people at today's birthday banquet, who else could share such glory? Yet, she wanted to be the most unique among them. She intended to refuse Mr. Du and make him fall for her exclusiveness. Jing Xianjing's words indeed surprised everyone in the banquet hall. My God. No one expected that Jing Xianjing would actually refuse Mr. Du. Jing Xianjing enjoyed the stunned looks from everyone, stood up straight and confidently faced Mr. Du. Just then, Wang Ziki, dressed in a suit, stepped forward. Excuse me. Miss Zheng, Mr. Du isn't here for you. Is Miss Ni Yenyang here? What? Jing Xianjing doubted she was hearing things. She was the one who had saved Mr. Du's life. What did Mr. Du want with Ni Yang? Expressions of surprise showed on the faces of others as well. It seemed Jing Xianjing was just being delusional. This was going to be an interesting scene. A VIP arrived at the banquet hall, and Mr. Zhang, the host, couldn't neglect his duties. He immediately approached. Is this Mr. Du? I am Yang Yang's grandfather. May I ask what brings the two of you here for my granddaughter? Wang Ziki bowed slightly. Mr. Zhang, this is Mr. Du. We have specifically come to celebrate Miss Ni Yang's birthday. They came for Ni Yang's birthday. They had come to celebrate Ni Yang's birthday. Jing Xianjing's face turned pale instantaneously. Mr. Zhang was also bewildered. Wasn't Jing Xianjing supposed to be Mr. Du's lifesaver? Why was Mr. Du here to celebrate Ni Yang's birthday instead? Wang Ziki continued to explain. Hey Race, what happened? A few months ago, Miss Ni Yang once saved Mr. Du. However, at that time, Mr. Du was not aware of Miss Ni's real identity. Coincidentally, your family has two granddaughters of similar age, and Miss Jing Xianjing concealed the truth. So, we took a big detour and misidentified the lifesaver. In reality, it was Miss Ni Yang who actually saved Mr. Du. As soon as he spoke, the place went silent immediately. Jing Xianjing felt her blood run cold, her face turning even paler than paper. Why? Why did it turn out like this? She was the one who had saved Mr. Du. How could it be Ni Yang? The glares from the crowd felt like knives, one after the other slicing through her. Wang Ziki's words were tactfully spoken, implying that Jing Xianjing was essentially a fraud. So she's just a fraud. A fraud dares to play hard to get with Mr. Du. She thought Mr. Du would fancy her. Delusional. TSK TSK TSK, to dare impersonate Mr. Du's lifesaver, that's simply shameless. Someone in the crowd uttered these words. Embarrassment, humiliation, and awkwardness, all these emotions intertwined, and Jing Xianjing could hardly stand still as cold sweat formed layers on her back. She wished she could just disappear into a crack in the floor. She felt like a complete clown, subject to everyone's criticism and ridicule. This also put Mr. Zhang in an awkward position. After all, Jing Xianjing was his granddaughter, and he was profoundly disappointed in her. How could she do such a thing? Zheng Lingling had not expected the situation to take such a turn. She was enjoying the praises of everyone just a second ago, only for things to change abruptly. Zheng Lingling quickly steadied herself, walked over, and managed a faint smile. Mr. Du, there must be some mistake. Our Xianjing truly is your lifesaver. Ni Yang is just a country girl, how could she possibly save you? Hearing this, Jing Xianjing clung to Zheng Lingling's sleeve like grasping at the last straw. Yes. Ni Yang was just an uncouth country girl, she couldn't steal her credit. It was she who was Mr. Du's true savior. It was her. At that moment, Mr. Du finally spoke. I wondered why Miss Jing Xianjing would shamelessly claim this favor. It turns out she has such a great role model in her mother. With that, Mr. Du turned to Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, you really need to sort out your family manners. Who was Mr. Du? Would he sit idly by while this mother and daughter insulted his lifesaver? He was a man of high position, whose presence alone exuded a compelling aura. Immediately, Zheng Lingling found herself speechless, her face turning from red to purple, overcome with shame. Chapter 804, Bullied Jing Xianjing, Unsightly Manners _2. She knew Jing Xianjing wasn't the savior of Master Du, but she never imagined that the person who saved Master Du would be Ni Yang. That country bumpkin Ni Yang, what qualifies her? Previously, I must have been blind not to see the gem in front of me. Turns out, the real Miss Zheng is the one who saved Master Du's life. These two, mother and daughter, are shameless. At this point, they're still desperately struggling. Do they really think Master Du is a fool? That he can't recognize his own lifesaver? Master Zheng's face flashed a shade of embarrassment. You're right. My apologies for this farce, please come inside, Yang Yang is in there. While speaking, he motioned to the servants beside him, hurry and take Madam and the young miss back to their room to rest. Under these circumstances, if Xing Lingling and Jing Xianjing continued to stay at the banquet, it would be utterly humiliating. Just a moment ago, the mother-daughter duo Xing Lingling and Jing Xianjing were the center of attention, and now, they had become the laughingstock. As she passed by Ni Yang, Jing Xianjing's eyes were filled with nothing but hate and jealousy. What makes Ni Yang so special? Why should she take credit for what I did? Jing Xianjing wished she could rush up and tear Ni Yang's face apart, but she managed to hold herself back. She had already been humiliated once. She couldn't allow it to happen a second time. Just wait. She will definitely have her revenge for today's events. Jing Xianjing's face was deathly pale as she followed Jing Lingling back to their room. However, the whispers behind her hadn't stopped. Especially those who had been looked down upon by Jing Xianjing, they were now laughing until tears nearly flooded their eyes. I have to go back and tell Siyu the good news. She'll be so happy when she hears it. Who is Zhang Siyu? Zhang Siyu is the wealthy girl who was severely humiliated by Jing Xianjing last time. Thinking of the mocking faces of those people, Jing Xianjing was so furious she was about to explode. Xianjing, as long as Qing Shan exists, there's no fear of no firewood. Jing Lingling held onto Jing Xianjing's hand. Jing Xianjing clenched her teeth tightly and nodded her head. Sheng Guanxi pulled on Ni Yang's hand and whispered, Jing Xianjing really has some nerve, to even dare impersonate Master Du's savior. Doesn't she realize who Master Du is, that a little girl could deceive him? Sheng Guanxi had already seen what Ni Yang was capable of, so Ni Yang having rescued Master Du was not a surprise to her at all. Ni Yang swirled her wine in the tall glass, the liquid rippling in circles under the crystal light, oblivious to the fact that she had become the focal point of the entire hall's discussion. She's still too young, too naive, spoke Ni Yang in an indifferent tone. Sheng Guanxi looked at Ni Yang in surprise. Yang, if I remember correctly, you're actually 2 years younger than Jing Xianjing, aren't you? Ni Yang was even younger than Jing Xianjing, yet she was calling Jing Xianjing a little girl. What was terrifying was that Sheng Guanxi didn't feel any dissonance in her statement. Ni Yang shrugged slightly. Really? I thought she was the same age as me. Adorned in a dazzling red dress, she complimented the liquid in her glass. Her radiant smile was like a blooming flower, bringing to mind an idiom. A beauty so exquisite as jade. In her, there was an added brilliance of attractiveness, grace, and elegance. Master Du raised his brows slightly. This young lady really was full of surprises. Miss Ni, said Master Du as he fingered his Buddha beads and approached Ni Yang. Mr. Du, Ni Yang glanced back slightly. Thank you for your birthday gift, you're too kind. It's the least I could do, said Master Du, you're my lifesaver after all. Ni Yang raised her glass. Hey, race to you. Thank you. Master Du grabbed a glass of red wine from the table and clinked glasses with Ni Yang. Happy birthday. The warmth of the alcohol spread down his throat, with an indescribable potency. Master Du glanced at the beautiful wine in surprise. Oh, and, Ni Yang went on, this is my sister, Sheng Guanxi. Sister Xiaoxi, this is Mr. Du. Master Du nodded, Miss Shengguan. Master Du, Shangguan. She had heard tales of Master Du's heroics since she was little. She didn't have the courage to address Master Du in the casual manner that Ni Yang did. Master Du, being a busy man, didn't stay long in the banquet hall. Although it was only for a short time, it still brought endless glory to the Jing family. Those who had tried to curry favor with Jing Xianjing earlier by stepping on Ni Yang now regretted their actions deeply. They had been blind, but now, it was too late for regrets. In the room, Jing Xianjing laid on the bed sobbing uncontrollably, her features twisted. I will never forgive that bitch Ni Yang. Chapter 805, Bullied Jing Xianjing, Unsightly Manners _3. Xianjing, stop crying, Jing Lingling comforted her. She too hadn't expected such a thing to happen. She thought today Jing Xianjing was going to be the highlight of the evening, but instead, she became the laughingstock of the whole event. Who would have thought that Ni Yang would turn out to be Mr. Du's lifesaver? Jing Xianjing cried bitterly, and Sun Wu was also frustrated. Chain-smoking, I told you long ago that your plan wouldn't work. When facing someone like Mr. Du, you should cling tightly to him. But the two of you insisted on playing hard to get. Now look, you've messed up and gained nothing for your efforts. He had even thought about becoming Mr. Du's father-in-law. Now it's all over. Everything is gone. Zheng Lingling scolded, your daughter is like this, and you still have the mood to make sarcastic remarks. Are you still human? Jing Xianjing cried, it's all that bitch Ni Yang's fault. She stole my thing. Clearly, I was Mr. Du's lifesaver, there must be something fishy going on. It was that bitch Ni Yang seducing Mr. Du. Definitely. Why did all the good things fall into Ni Yang's lap? Why was she the one who became the joke? Zheng Xianjing truly couldn't accept it. She just couldn't. She extremely loathed Ni Yang. Zheng Lingling said, yes, Xianjing, you're right. That Ni Yang is the bane of our family of 3. First, she took our family fortune, and now even your credit. Don't worry, Mom won't let her get away with it. We still have a long way to go. Tonight, although the Jing family had their moment, they also lost face. After the banquet ended, Master Jing's expression was grim as he told the servant, go and call down the madam and miss. Yes, the servant went upstairs to call them. Shortly after, Jing Lingling and Jing Xianjing came down from upstairs. The mother and daughter had changed into plain clothes, looking somewhat haggard, especially Jing Xianjing, whose eyes were swollen from crying. Father, Jing Lingling took the initiative to speak. Master Jing with a stern face, said, explain this situation. He hadn't managed affairs in many years, and his sudden stern expression was very oppressive. Jing Lingling continued, Dad, this incident is all my fault, I didn't teach Xianjing well. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Xianjing is still young, please don't blame her. Young? Master Jing looked up at Jing Lingling, you have the audacity to say that. If I'm not mistaken, Yang is even 2 years younger than her. Look at her, and then look at Yang. Is this the daughter you've raised over the years? Jing Lingling turned pale. In what ways was Jing Xianjing inferior to Ni Yang? Just because she wasn't as seductive as Ni Yang. This biased old man. He never doubted Ni Yang. Without even investigating, he assumed it was Jing Xianjing's fault. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before their family of 3 would be kicked out of the house. Jing Lingling clenched her fingers. Thawed. Jing Xianjing knelt down, Grandfather, I'm sorry, it's my fault, I let greed cloud my judgment. I shouldn't have boasted about being Mr. Du's lifesaver, causing our Jing family such disgrace. You can beat or scold me. Master Jing then said, bring the family discipline. Yes. The servant bowed and went upstairs to fetch the family discipline. The Jing family's discipline was a leather whip, as thick as an adult's forefinger, which would certainly bruise and break the skin when lashed. Zheng Lingling got a fright, her face turned pale. Jing Xianjing was frail, how could she withstand such a thick whip? Indeed, one wouldn't know to cherish if not their own blood. If it were Ni Yang, would Master Zheng have allowed someone to bring such a thick whip? Today, Jing Xianjing made such a mistake, and if she didn't suffer some consequences, Master Zheng couldn't justify it to the outside world. Moreover, the child really did need to be disciplined, otherwise, who knows what she might become. Master Zheng raised the whip and lashed it down on Jing Xianjing. Jing Xianjing, terrified, tightly closed her eyes. Bang! The whip was so painful that Jing Xianjing cried out in pain. She had been pampered since she was a child and had never experienced such beating. When the second lash came, Zheng Lingling timely shielded Jing Xianjing, and the whip hit her instead. When Master Zheng was angry, Mrs. Zheng stayed silent, just watching the mother and daughter by the side. Chapter 806, Bullied Jing Xianjing, Unsightly Manners _4. Between these two women, one was raised by her own hands. The other she watched grow up from childhood. At this moment, old Madame Zheng looked somewhat distressed and raised her hand to hold old Master Zheng's hand. Since the child already knows her mistake, let's forgive her this time. Zheng Lingling quickly said, Daddy. Xianjing knows she was wrong, please spare Xianjing this once. Old Master Zheng threw down the whip, remember not to make the same mistake again. No matter what, Jing Xianjing was still his granddaughter, and actually, old Master Zheng felt somewhat reluctant to punish her. Thank you, Dad, thank you, Dad. Zheng Lingling went on, Xianjing, quickly thank Grandpa. Thank you, Grandpa. Old Master Zheng let out a sigh, a prodigal who returns is more precious than gold, get up now. Old Madame Zheng immediately helped the mother and daughter up from the ground. The old woman felt sorry for her daughter and granddaughter, but she ignored the malicious hatred to the extreme in the depths of Jing Xianjing's eyes. Back in the room, Zheng Lingling applied medicine to Jing Xianjing's back, and Jing Xianjing said, Mom, I feel like we're like a dog raised by the Jing family. They beat us when they want, scold us when they please, and occasionally when they're happy, they throw us a couple of bones. Zheng Lingling's complexion changed. Xianjing, let's endure a bit longer. They had both endured for so many years, what did this moment of suffering matter to them? The next morning, Jing Xianjing seemed like a different person, her face no longer bearing the previous arrogance, even her clothing was not as bright as before. Her overall demeanor had become much more low-key. To outsiders, Jing Xianjing's behavior seemed like a sincere act of repentance. But Ni Yang knew that things were far from that simple. Sister, I'm sorry. Jing Xianjing called out to Ni Yang's retreating figure and offered an apology. Ni Yang smiled faintly, it's okay. Since someone was willing to act, she would accompany her in the act. She loved to act the most. Jing Xianjing then asked, Sister, you're not mad at me anymore? Ni Yang took Jing Xianjing's hand, the corners of her mouth curving into shallow dimples. To err is human. As a sister, how could I blame you? Jing Xianjing's mouth curled into a sneer. She had originally thought Ni Yang had some great ability, but it appeared she was just a fool. Sister. Did Ni Yang really consider her as a sister? Utterly foolish. This time, Jing Xianjing planned to slowly push Ni Yang into an abyss, from which she would never be able to climb back up. Jing Xianjing continued, Sister, if you see Teacher Du, please tell him for me that it wasn't intentional what happened, I just didn't know how to begin. If Ni Yang could seduce Teacher Du, why couldn't she? To bring down Ni Yang, she had to start with Teacher Du. She would let Ni Yang bring about her own downfall. So this was the real motive. Ni Yang's lips curved into a slight smile. Sure, sister, I will pass on the message. Jing Xianjing's thoughts spun, and she continued, "Could I trouble you to keep an eye on teacher Du's whereabouts for me?" Ni Yang nodded, "Of course." "Then it'll be trouble you, sister," said Jing Xianjing. "As you should," Ni Yang's tone was light. The Jing family waters ran deep, and to uncover the truth, Ni Yang needed to first heal Jing Suyu. In fact, she was almost fully versed in the 13 needles of hell but lacked the final step, which she needed to discuss with her teacher. After dealing with Jing Xianjing, Ni Yang rode her bike to her teacher's house. The weather was gradually getting hotter, and very unusually for her, Ni Yang was not wearing a cheongsam today but a white lantern sleeve blouse with black wide-leg trousers. The lantern sleeve blouse was designed by Ni Yang herself and made by a tailor. It combined modern fashion elements with classic ones, and since it was tailored, it fitted her perfectly. The waist-pinching style suited her especially well. Her soft hair cascaded down her back, stirring with the breeze, looking very beautiful. When Ni Yang arrived at her teacher and his wife's home, the old couple were having breakfast. Although Ni Yang had already eaten, she still joined the old couple for a few bites. After eating, Ni Yang began to discuss the 13 needles of hell with her teacher. Teacher Wang said, Yang, you've been very diligent with these 13 needles of hell lately. Tell your teacher honestly, have you encountered some trouble? The 13 needles of hell were very dangerous, and Ni Yang was worried her teacher might be concerned or try to stop her, so she said, I'm just curious, teacher. You're overthinking it. What kind of trouble could I possibly encounter? Chapter 807, Bullied Jing Xianjing, Unsightly Manners _5. Really? Old Wang was somewhat incredulous. Really, Ni Yang nodded. Seeing that Ni Yang didn't seem to be lying, Old Wang didn't press further but said instead, to tell you the truth, I'm quite curious about these Ghost Palace 13 needles. When two medicine fanatics got together, they entered a state of obsession, completely unaware even when someone came to the house. Actually, there's an acupoint song for the Ghost Palace 13 needles, but because the Grand Master feared outsiders would secretly learn it, it was never recorded in medical texts. It's been passed down orally from one generation of disciples to the next. Master, what is the acupoint song? I'd like to hear it, Ni Yang said as she casually picked up a brush, gathered her hair up, secured it at the back of her head, revealing a stretch of fair and graceful neck, her whole being radiated with the vibrancy of youth. It's been too long, and I've forgotten, Old Wang stroked his beard. Please try to remember. Let me think, Old Wang tried hard to recall, then finally slapped his forehead, I remember now, for all illness caused by myriad demons' wild antics, 13 needles points must one acknowledge, first needle the Ghost Palace to start one's round, then needle Ghost Faith, responses abound, one by one in order from head to toe seek, men start from left, women from right, first needle's place in the center, Ghost Palace is correct, left needle in and right needle out. This is the Grand Master's brilliant secret, mad and malignant spirits all will desert. This was the acupoint song for the Ghost Palace 13 needles. Ni Yang picked up another brush and quickly jotted down the acupoint song on rice paper with flawless accuracy, her writing speed matching Old Wang's speaking pace. The sunlight shone in from outside the door, casting two tall shadows. But nobody noticed this. Master, the acupoint song corresponds to the 13 major acupoints of the human body. Generally speaking, as long as you target these 13 major points, there wouldn't be much room for error. Yet Ni Yang felt that it couldn't be that simple, there must be something missing. Old Wang's eyes lit up, Yang, your brush writing is quite good. Young people nowadays who can write with a brush are few and far between. Nowadays people use fountain pens, ballpoint pens, pencils. Old-fashioned things like brushes have long been phased out. But Old Wang was different, after all, he had lived through that era and was a man who cherished the past, so he always kept brushes, and only used brushes at home. Ni Yang smiled and said, "Master, you have a good eye. I also think my writing looks quite nice." Old Wang didn't feel that his disciple was being vain at all and nodded. "Of course, could my eye for talent ever be poor?" Outside, the corners of a man's mouth twitched. "Dad!" Just then, a rough male voice rang through the air. Old Wang was stunned. Was he hearing things? "Dad!" Old Wang turned around sharply and saw the son he had been longing to see. 2 years apart, and that rascal seemed to have grown tall again. "Dad!" Wang Ziki walked over and embraced Old Wang, his voice trembling. Old Wang couldn't help his eyes from reddening. He even doubted if he was dreaming. Old Wang stealthily pinched his thigh. Ouch! It hurt like hell. This wasn't a dream. "Dad, I've missed you so much." Wang Ziki burst into tears. Boss Wang said with a stern face, "A man should not lightly shed tears. What's there to cry about? Hold those tears back." Despite being on the verge of tears himself, he was still seriously chastising his foolish son. Wang Ziki wiped his face with his sleeve. "Dad, where's Mom?" Boss Wang replied, "Your mom went to the vegetable garden." The vegetable garden is where they grow their own vegetables since they live in the countryside and have to grow what they eat. "Oh," Wang Ziki nodded and then added, "By the way, Dad, this is my boss, Mr. Du." Old Wang knew of Mr. Du by reputation but had never met him before. "Mr. Du, it's a pleasure." "Uncle," Mr. Du said, twirling his Buddha beads, nodding slightly. Old Wang took another look at Mr. Du, feeling that this Mr. Du was very different from the rumors, resembling more a schoolteacher from the Republic era, genteel and elegant. Just then, as if suddenly remembering something, Old Wang gestured to Ni Yang, "Yang, come here." "Ziki, this is the apprentice I've taken on recently." Before Old Wang could finish speaking, Ni Yang smiled and said, "Master, I've already met my senior brother." With that said, she greeted Mr. Du. Mr. Du nodded in acknowledgement. Old Wang exclaimed in surprise, Yang, how do you two know each other?" Ni Yang succinctly replied, "Master, isn't there a family portrait in the living room? One day I saw someone on the street who looked exactly like senior brother from the portrait, so we got to know each other." Chapter 808, Bullied Jingxianjing, Unsightly Manners _6. Upon hearing this, Old Wang directly gave Wang Ziki a punch to the head. "You little bastard, you come to Beijing and don't even think to visit your old man and mother. I really wasted my effort raising you." Wang Ziki, looking simple and honest, didn't know how to explain. "Dad, I'm sorry," Old Wang huffed. "I'm not your dad." Just then, noises came from the entrance. It was Wang Zhoushe returning. Wang Zhoushe wasn't as calm as Old Wang. She hugged her son, whom she hadn't seen for 2 years, and cried out loud. Ni Yang stood to the side, the corners of his mouth turning up in a subdued smile. He had finally fulfilled his former master and mistress dream. The last time his former master and mistress saw their son, who had been missing for 2 years, the vibrant boy they remembered had been turned into a cold corpse. One could imagine the couple's feelings at the time. Such despair. Now that their son had finally come back, the couple was overjoyed. Wang Zhoushe even slaughtered 2 chickens and a big goose. Although Old Wang seemed a bit unhappy on the surface, he was actually very pleased. "I'll go catch some shrimp in the river." "Go ahead," Wang Zhoushe said with a smile, "be careful." Old Wang nodded. Wang Ziki was busy catching up with Wang Zhoushe. Mother and son had so much to talk about after all these years apart. As a result, only Ni Yang and Grandpa Du were left in the living room. Ni Yang was busy researching the 13 ghost needles and had no time to deal with Grandpa Du, so the scene became Ni Yang reading medical texts. Grandpa Do counting Buddha beads. The only sound in the air was the flipping of pages. Although no one was speaking, the scene wasn't awkward. After lunch, Wang Ziki seemed to remember something important. Dad, Grandpa Do hasn't been feeling well lately. Could you please take a look at him? Old Wang looked at Yang. Yang, you followed behind me for so long, why don't you try to put your learning into practice? Grandpa Do, these master and disciple. One just happened to save him, the other wanted to use him for practice. It really fit the saying. If you're not family, you won't enter the same door. Yang nodded, okay. Grandpa Do's lips twitched, she really dared. Yang walked over to Grandpa Do, could you please extend your right hand? Grandpa Do did as asked. The cold fingertips rested on his wrist for quite a while, yet there was no sound. Grandpa Do looked up and asked, is there any hope? Yang withdrew her fingers. It's not that serious, Mr. Do, this is an old ailment. The toxins accumulated in your body haven't been completely cleared. Just a couple of prescriptions should alleviate the fatigue. Grandpa Do slowly retracted his hand and straightened his sleeves. Then ill trouble Miss Ni. The young lady was still able to discern his old ailment, which meant she had some skill. However, Grandpa Do had already figured she had good medical skills, otherwise, she wouldn't have left the right pills for him that night. A doctor's heart is like that of a parent's, it's only right, Yang said in a muted tone as she took out a writing brush to prescribe the medicine. A doctor's heart is indeed like that of a parent's, the saying goes. But Grandpa Do felt something was off. After the prescription was written, Yang handed it to Old Wang. Master, please have a look. Old Wang took the prescription and moved next to Grandpa Do. Forgive the trouble, Grandpa Do, but please extend your hand again. Grandpa Do extended his hand. As Old Wang felt Grandpa Do's pulse, he understood why Yang hadn't said anything for so long. Grandpa Do's pulse was indeed peculiar. Old Wang felt the pulse while looking at the prescription Yang wrote, nodding repeatedly, good, good, good. You are truly a disciple worthy of being trained by Wang Yu. Such talent, such intellect, how could an ordinary person compare? In a short while Old Wang put away the prescription and then said, Grandpa Do, Yang's prescription can cure your old ailment. You've really encountered a savior today. Grandpa Do put away the prescription. Thank you. That afternoon, because someone from the village came to seek treatment and a particular rare herb was missing, the patient's condition was quite urgent. Old Wang had no choice but to go up the mountain with a basket to gather herbs. Yang approached. Master, it's getting late now, you're getting on in years, and it's not safe to go up the mountain. Let me go instead. It had rained last night, and the mountain was likely to be filled with miasma, Yang was worried for Old Wang. Old Wang laughed. Listen to you, girl, if a big man like me isn't safe, how could a young lass like you be any safer? Let the master go. Yang took the basket off Old Wang. Don't forget, master, I'm quite skilled. Besides, today is Big Brother's first day back, you should stay and keep him company at home. Chapter 809, Bully Jingxianjing, Unsightly Manners _7 Old Wang was left speechless by her remarks, but still expressed his concern. Yang, are you sure you can manage alone? Sure, no problem. Yang slung her carrying basket on her back, waved to Old Wang, and turned to leave. Old Wang watched Yang's retreating figure with worry. By chance, at this moment, Master Du came out of the house. Old Wang grabbed hold of Master Du and said, Master Du, the girl Yang has gone up to the mountain alone. If it's not too much trouble, could you please go and check on her? After all, Yang was Master Du's lifesaver. It wasn't too much to ask Master Du to ensure Yang's safety. Besides, with Master Du around, who was the grim reaper of the 10-mile foreign market, old Wang felt very secure. Master Du's expression was unfazed. First, they had used him for sparring, and now they were actually asking him to play bodyguard. What was this all about? If word got out, it would ruin his reputation for life, but out of respect for old Wang as an elder, and given that Ni Yang had saved him before, Master Du did not refuse. "All right, uncle, I'll go now." But this was only a one-time exception. Old Wang, touched, said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Master Du." Master Du, holding his Buddha beads, headed in the direction Ni Yang had gone, pursuing steadily. On the other side, where Wu Yanyan was. Thanks to Ni Yang's support, Wu Yanyan finally managed to eat nearly 2 full meals at home. However, this quickly drew Grandma Wu's dissatisfaction. She felt that Wu Yanyan really didn't understand anything. Even she, as a grandmother, hadn't filled her belly, yet Wu Yanyan was only looking out for herself. A 17-year-old girl, yet not as sensible as a 7-year-old child. She had given Wu Yanyan hints, both openly and covertly, on so many occasions, but Wu Yanyan just didn't get it, bowl after bowl. So selfish. Grandma Wu, watching Wu Yanyan polish off 2 bowls of congee, could only feel a headache coming on. She put down her chopsticks and said discontentedly, "I'm full." Wu Jinshu, surprised, said, "Mom, you only had half a bowl. Are you feeling unwell?" "It's nothing, don't fuss over me." Grandma Wu stood up. "I'm going out for a walk." Watching Grandma Wu's departing figure, Yan Erju said, "What's going on with Mom?" Wu Jinshu shook his head. "Who knows? Let it go, let it go. Don't worry about her, let's eat our meal." Wu Yanyan's hand froze while holding her bowl. She felt that her grandma was upset because of her. But she hadn't eaten that much, had she? Normally, when she was hungry, she would have to drink 4 bowls of such thin congee. Today, she had barely had 2 small bowls. Maybe she was overthinking it. Grandma Wu walked all the way to a house that was very stylishly decorated and knocked on the luxurious iron gate. "Lanzi, are you home?" "Lanzi." Soon, the robust Wulan walked out of the house, all smiles. "Auntie, it's such a rare pleasure to see you. Come in, please come in." In present-day terms, Wulan's status would be considered that of a landlord. She had over 30 houses, collecting an average of 300 yuan in rent each month. In an era when the average wage was about 30 yuan, Wulan was living the dream life everyone yearned for. Wulan's house was a 3-story Western-style building beautifully decorated on the inside. Grandma Wu sighed, "If I could live in a Western-style building like this just once in my life, I'd die content." Wulan laughed and said, "Auntie, you're too modest. Your good fortune is still ahead of you." Seated inside, Wulan courteously offered Grandma Wu some pastries and tea. Having not eaten her fill at home, Grandma Wu ate several pieces of egg cake and even stealthily pocketed one, intending to bring it back for her eldest grandson. Wulan noticed Grandma Wu's sneaky move but said nothing about it. Although Grandma Wu's manners were unsightly, she was there to ask a favor, wasn't she? After eating and drinking her fill, Grandma Wu continued, "Lanzi, those things you mentioned to your auntie last time, are they still valid?" Chapter 8:10 Be a worldly person who drinks alcohol and eats meat. Hearing this, Wu Lan's smile brightened even more. "Of course, it counts." "Auntie, have you made up your mind?" Grandma Wu hesitated, then said, "I still need to think it over." Wu Lan then picked up another egg cake and stuffed it into Grandma Wu's hand. "Auntie, you really should think it over. My brother has such good conditions. If Yanyan marries him, she'll just be responsible for giving birth to a child for my brother. All she needs to do is take good care of my mom and the 2 kids, she doesn't have to do any other hard work. She can just enjoy her easy life at home. Wu Lan had a younger brother named Wu Chang, 35 years old this year. He had been widowed 2 years earlier and hadn't found a suitable match, so when Wu Lan saw that Wu Yenyun was quite good-looking and still a maiden, she wanted to introduce Wu Yenyun to Wu Chang. Grandma Wu continued, "Lanzi, how old is your brother this year? How many people are in his family? I didn't quite catch it last time, tell me about it in detail this time." Wu Lan poured a cup of tea for Grandma Wu. "My brother is 35 this year. That dead wife of his left behind 2 daughters, the oldest is 9 this year, and the younger is 7. Then there's just my mom at home, no one else. Don't worry, my brother's household is very simple. After Yenyun marries him, certainly no one will be able to bully her." Grandma Wu frowned. At 35 years old, that's a bit old, and he has 2 children. "Our Jin Shu is also only 35 years old, Wu Lan continued. "Auntie, don't look at my brother's age, but he has good conditions. You see our family is doing pretty well, right? My brother's conditions are even better than mine. My brother owns 30 apartments. The house you are renting now, just in front of that, belongs to my brother. Auntie, if this goes through, I can talk to my brother about giving you that house in front. He has so many apartments, he wouldn't miss one." Wu Lan spoke with the confidence of wealth, and Grandma Wu was astounded, asking hurriedly, "The 2-story Western-style house with a yard just in front?" "That's right." Wu Lan nodded. "That's the 2-story Western-style house with a yard. I'm telling you, that house is well insulated against the heat of summer and the cold of winter. It's not any worse than this house we're in." Grandma Wu had always envied the owner of that Western-style house with a yard. She never imagined that it belonged to Wu Lan's brother. Getting the house upon a successful arrangement, it did seem that Wu Lan's brother really was well off. Wu Lan, observing the change in Grandma Wu's expression, added, "Auntie, Dalong and Erlong haven't started school yet, have they? How can boys not go to school these days? Without an education, they'll struggle to find wives in the future." Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong were of school age, yet neither was attending school. It wasn't for lack of trying, but their family's financial situation couldn't keep up. Grandma Wu was worried too. After all, they were boys. What if they truly couldn't find wives when the time came? It must be said that Wu Lan had precisely struck Grandma Wu's most sensitive spot. Watching Grandma Wu's expression, Wu Lan pressed on, "Auntie, even if not for anything else, you should consider it for the kids' sakes. Brother Jin Shu and his wife have been in Beijing for many years and still don't have their own place to live. If Yenyun marries my brother, not only can he ensure Dalong and Erlong go to school, but he can also solve your housing problem. With a house, you can also move your household registration here, and your family will become locals in Beijing. Then, young girls will be throwing themselves at you. Why worry about Dalong and Erlong not finding wives?" The terms Wu Lan offered were too favorable. Grandma Wu couldn't help but be moved. Her 2 grandsons would be able to attend school, they would have a Western-style house to live in, and become Beijing locals. This was the life she had longed for in her dreams. Yet she was, after all, a relative of the bride's side. She needed to maintain some decorum. It wasn't like her granddaughter couldn't find a husband. Grandma Wu took a bite of the egg cake and said, "Although that's what you say, your brother is looking for a second marriage and already has 2 children, whereas our Yenyun is still an untouched girl." Wu Lan patted Grandma Wu's hand. "Auntie, I am someone who doesn't beat around the bush and I don't speak falsely. If what I say sounds unpleasant, please don't be angry. If your Yenyun wasn't a maiden, with my brother's conditions, he really wouldn't consider Yenyun at all." Grandma Wu choked. Although Wu Lan's words were a bit harsh, they were indeed the truth. Wu Lan's brother had superior conditions, wealth, and property. What did Wu Yenyun have? Wu Yenyun was nothing more than a few years younger than Wu Lan's brother. Chapter 8:11. be a worldling and drink alcohol and eat meat _2. Wu Lan continued, my brother is very proud, always wanted to find an unmarried girl. Otherwise, he would have married long ago. Why would he still be waiting? You don't know how many divorced women are willing to pay to marry my brother. Wu Lan wasn't really bragging. Wu Chang himself was quite a catch, and countless divorced women wanted to be with him. Unfortunately, Wu Chang didn't want anyone who had been married before. Actually, with Wu Chang's qualities, finding an unmarried girl would be very easy, but Wu Chang also demanded that the woman be beautiful. In Beijing, there was no shortage of pretty, young girls, but how many parents were willing to let their precious, unmarried daughters become stepmothers? That's why Wu Chang still hadn't found the right match. Right when Wu Yanyun's family moved in, Wu Lan noticed that Wu Yanyun was quite beautiful, sensible, and dutiful, so she thought of introducing her to her brother. With Wu Chang's excellent prospects, Grandma Wu didn't want to give up. She had been alive for so many years but had never once lived in a Western-style house. She dreamt of living like city people, in a Western-style house, if only just once. I can't decide for Yanyun on this matter. I need to ask Jin Shu and his wife. Wu Lan took Grandma Wu's hand. Auntie, you are Yanyun's biological grandmother. How come you don't have the final say in this matter? Grandma Wu sighed. How can I make the decision for the two of them? Wu Lan went on, then you must go back and have a serious talk with brother Jin Shu and your sister-in-law. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another. I'm only mentioning this because your family has rented our house for so long, we're practically family. I wouldn't even consider outsiders. Not just anyone can marry my brother. Grandma Wu stood up, all right, let's leave it at that for now. I'm heading back. I'll walk you out. Wu Lan escorted Grandma Wu to the gate. Grandma Wu's bounded feet moved slowly. A journey that ordinary people could complete in 15 minutes took her over 40 minutes to reach home. Upon arriving home, Wu Yenyun was washing dishes in the kitchen. Yan Erju was breastfeeding her child, while Wu Jinshu was feeding the ducks in the yard. These ducks were freshly caught, still fluffy and yellow. Wu Jinshu fed them and said, "Eat up, little ducks. Whether our 3 kids can go to school depends on you." Grandma Wu approached, "You're counting on these ducks to pay for the kids' schooling?" Wu Jinshu nodded, his face full of longing. "Mom, don't underestimate these ducks. There are 10 of them. Once they grow up, they'll become big ducks. The big ducks will lay eggs and hatch more ducklings, and then we can sell them for money, right?" These 10 ducklings had cost the couple nearly all their savings, which were only possible thanks to the 13 yuan Ni Yang had given them last time. Otherwise, they barely scraped by each month, with no spare cash to buy ducklings. Grandma Wu chuckled, "Waiting for these ducklings to grow up, lay eggs, and hatch new ones will take ages. You might be able to wait, but the children can't. Come with me, I need to talk to you." Wu Jinshu put down the dipper and followed Grandma Wu into the house. Grandma Wu glanced outside before closing the door. Wu Jinshu asked, puzzled, "Mom, what do you want to talk about? You're being so secretive." Grandma Wu pulled Wu Jinshu to sit down and her eyes quickly became red-rimmed. "Jinshu, you're not well, and we have so many kids to support, plus this old lady dragging you down. It's been hard on you these years." "Mom! What are you talking about? Dragging me down? You're my mother, it's only right for me to take care of you. And I don't feel burdened at all. I have sons and daughters, a wife and a mother, I feel luckier than anyone. The rich have their joys, and the poor have theirs." Wu Jinshu was content with his life, never feeling overburdened or complaining. Grandma Wu wiped away her tears, "Yet, I just can't help but feel for you." Wu Jinshu was 35. Wu Lan's brother Wu Chang was also 35. Wu Chang had money and a house, everything. What did Wu Jinshu have? He didn't even have the money to send his kids to school. So young and already in poor health. Every parent feels for their child. Mom, you're overthinking it. I'm living a good life, what is there to feel sorry for? Wu Jinshu helped Grandma Wu dab her tears. Chapter 8:12, Be a worldling and drink alcohol and eat meat. 3. After crying for a while, Grandma Wu took 2 egg cakes out of her pocket. Here, take these, have a good nourishment, but don't give them to anyone else. Grandma Wu had gotten a total of 4 egg cakes, with 2 earmarked for Wu Daolong and Wu Erlong. Mom, where did you get these? Yan Yun asked. Egg cakes sold for more than 1 yuan per pound on the street, which their family couldn't afford. They were from Wulan, Grandma Wu replied, adding, Wulan is a kind-hearted good person. Wu Jinshu also had a favorable impression of this landlord. When they initially rented the house, Wulan had even given them a 2 yuan discount. Wu Jinshu said, You eat them, Grandma. I'm still young, I don't need them. Grandma Wu sternly said, If I tell you to take them, just take them. I've already eaten. Upon finishing her sentence, Grandma Wu continued, Jinshu, having so many kids at home isn't a solution. Yan Yun is not that young anymore. Maybe we should consider finding a good family for her to marry into. Our circumstances aren't great, finding her a good family could allow her to lead a comfortable life. No way. Wu Jinshu immediately objected. Yan Yun is only 17 years old this year. How can we talk about marriage? I want her to continue studying. A girl, sooner or later, will have to get married. What's the use of studying so much? Grandma Wu persisted. In the past, girls her age already had several children. Grandma Wu's thinking had been deeply ingrained from the old society, how could it be changed easily? Wu Jinshu said, The past is the past, and now is now, Mom. Men and women are equal now. Besides, Teacher Zhao said Yan Yun is a promising student and she's bound to get into a good university. I would go to any length to ensure Yan Yun gets an education. Yan Yun had always been in school until the Wu family could no longer afford the tuition, which is why she had dropped out to take care of children at home. The teacher had made countless home visits to get Yan Yun back to school. But the family was just too poor. Grandma Wu sighed. We don't have enough money for our own sons to attend school, and now we're pushing to send a girl to school. Honestly, I wonder whether this father is really related by blood. Wu Jinshu frowned slightly and lowered his voice. Mom, didn't we agree not to bring this up anymore? Why are you starting again? Yan Yun was not the biological daughter of Wu Jinshu and Erju. Wu Jinshu and Erju had been married for over a year without having children, until the 2nd year, when Erju, while chopping wood in the mountains, found newborn Yan Yun, whose umbilical cord hadn't even been cut. This was also the origin of Yan Yun's name. She was the one Erju encountered. Another reason was that a wandering Taoist said Yan Yun was the reincarnation of a fortunate star from heaven, capable of bringing new opportunities to the Wu family and ensuring the continuation of their family line, which is why she was named Yan Yun. Mead in Chinese characters combined the surname of the husband and wife, making her full name Wu Yan Yun. Interestingly, when Yan Yun was 8 years old, Erju indeed became pregnant and smoothly gave birth to Wu Daolong. When Yan Yun was 11, Erju gave birth to Wu Erlong, and last year, to Wu Xiaolong. The births of these 3 children one after another made the couple very happy, and their fondness for Yan Yun grew as well. They believed it was Yan Yun who had brought these new opportunities to the Wu family. Do you think I want to bring this up? I mentioned it because it seems you've even forgotten your own sons. Grandma Wu grabbed Wu Jinshu's hand. Jinshu, I'm 67 this year and who knows when my time will come. If I don't see Dalong and Erlong going to school and your family living in a small Western-style house before I go, I won't be at peace. As long as the family is healthy and happy, it doesn't matter where we live, Mom. You really don't need to worry about this, Wu Jinshu said. Upon hearing this, Grandma Wu felt her nose twitch and started crying again. You keep saying you want to honor me, is this how you honor me? Everyone else's parents are living in small Western-style houses, and here am I, staying in this dark, haunted place. People aspire to move up, water flows downhill. Do you think I don't want to live in a small Western-style house? Your father died early, and it was I who brought you up single-handedly, carrying you through the Great Famine. I chewed on tree barks and ate clay. Think about it, when did I ever let you and your sister eat such things? A child doesn't know the parent's heart, a child doesn't know. Grandma Wu's spouse had died early, leaving her to raise 2 children alone. Chapter 8:13. Be a worldling and drink alcohol and eat meat. 4. Being a woman with bound feet, she couldn't handle heavy labor. Over those years, to bring up her 2 children, she endured every hardship imaginable. Wu Jinshu knew his mother had suffered a great deal and sighed, Mom, it's my fault for being useless, for not having the ability to get you a nice Western-style house to live in. But rest assured, I believe that one day, our family will be able to live in one. Grandma Wu wiped away her tears, will you burn one for me when I die? Living in a Western-style house is easier said than done. With the current economic situation of Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju, dreaming of a Western-style house was like waiting till the cows come home. Wu Jinshu helplessly replied, Mom, don't talk like that, it's bad luck. Grandma Wu continued, all I'm asking is for Yenyun to get married. Go and ask around, let everyone judge whether what I'm asking as a grandma is too much. Does any family's girl not get married? Does any family's boy not take a wife? What, is your daughter made of gold or something? That she won't get married in this lifetime. Wu Jinshu sighed, it's not about not getting married, the thing is Yenyun is still too young. She's already 17, not 7. Grandma Wu retorted. And you're not even her real father, you've done enough by raising her all these years. With a helpless sigh, Wu Jinshu said, my dear mother. Why do you keep bringing this up? In my heart, Yenyun is as much my own daughter as Dalong, Erlong, and Xiaolong. I'm her real grandma, aren't I? Grandma Wu said. The way you talk makes me sound like an evil grandmother. I just want her to get married for her own good. Given our situation, staying with us is just suffering. She would be better off getting married early and enjoying life. I'm thinking of her well-being. How great are the circumstances at Wu Chang's house. Once Yenyun marries into that family, she would be able to enjoy the good things in life, not just for herself but she would make things better for her own family too. Wu Jinshu stood up and headed outside, Mom, don't bring this up again in the future. Yenyun will always be my daughter. I'm going out to feed the ducks. Jinshu. Grandma Wu grabbed hold of Wu Jinshu's sleeve. Jinshu, listen to me, I really found her a good match. The boy's family owns over 30 houses, and he even promised me that once the deed is done, he would give us one. The house in front of our place, the 2-story Western-style one with a yard, you always say how nicely it's been constructed, right? Wu Jinshu shook off Grandma Wu's hand and said softly, no matter how nice the house is, would never trade my daughter for it. How could that be considered trading? We are marrying off a daughter, said the exasperated grandma. Besides, they even said they could transfer our whole family's registration to Beijing, and then we would become Beijingers. Mom, please don't talk about this anymore. Even if you do, I will never agree. This is absolutely impossible. Wu Jinshu himself might not be Yan Yan's biological father, but he and Yan Erju had raised her with their own hands. She might not be his own flesh and blood, but he cherished her just the same. He couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. Wu Jinshu opened the door and left Grandma Wu's room. Watching Wu Jinshu's departing figure, Grandma Wu sighed deeply. She just couldn't understand. Was that adopted child really that important? More important than a Western-style house and her own son? She couldn't fathom what kind of father Wu Jinshu was. After all, she wasn't trying to harm Yan Yun. She was looking to secure her a life of comfort. Most people couldn't even dream of marrying someone like Wu Chang. A child doesn't stay under parents' control forever. Grandma Wu wiped away her tears, recalling the hardships of her past and the grievances of the present. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, crying so much that her eyes swelled. When she was young, she went without food and clothes. Now that she was old, she was still depriving herself. What for? For this family, for the children. But no one appreciated her efforts. They were all good people, and she was the only bad one. No, this time she would have that Western-style house, or else she couldn't die in peace. Seeing Wu Jinshu emerge from Grandma Wu's room, Yan Erju tugged at his sleeve. What was Mom talking to you about? It seemed so secretive, with the door shut and all. To avoid friction between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, of course, Wu Jinshu couldn't tell the truth. He pulled out 2 egg cakes from his pocket. You know how my mom is. She's always worried that I'm suffering. Someone gave her 2 egg cakes, and she insisted on giving them to me. You take them to eat. I'm a grown man, I can't stomach such rich food. Chapter 8:14. Be a worldling and drink alcohol and eat meat. 5. Erju Yen stuffed the egg cake back into her husband's hand. You keep what's given to you. Your health has always been poor. Jinshu Wu smiled. All right, then we'll each have one. Erju then asked, didn't Mom say anything else to you? No, Jinshu answered. What could an old woman who never leaves the house possibly have to say? Erju figured that made sense, so she didn't press further. Then I'll take this egg cake to Xiaoyun. Erju was very fond of her daughter Yenyun. No matter what goodies she had, her 2 sons would have to step aside. The first person she thought of was always her daughter Yenyun. On the other side, Mr. Du quickly caught up with Ni Yang. Why are you here? Ni Yang looked back, puzzled. Twisting his Buddha beads, Mr. Du said, your master is worried about you going up the mountain alone. Ni Yang grinned, what's there to worry about? Can a big living person like me get lost? Mr. Du, please go back. Mr. Du took a step forward. I do not make promises lightly. Since I've agreed to your master, I won't let him worry. Hurry up then, it's about to get dark. Hearing this, Ni Yang had no choice but to follow. Soon enough, the 2 of them entered the mountains. It had rained the previous night. The mountain air was incredibly fresh, with unknown flowers blooming among the grass, looking gorgeous. As she walked, Ni Yang picked flowers. In no time, she gathered a large handful, the dazzling colors complementing her jade-like face. It was truly a case of the lady being lovelier than the flowers. Mr. Du followed behind. Didn't your teacher ever teach you to protect plants and flowers? Ni Yang placed the flowers into her basket. Didn't your teacher ever teach you to be more flexible in your thinking? The ancient said, if you have flowers, you should pick them before they wilt, don't wait for the branches to become bare. Mr. Du was speechless. This young girl always managed to leave him at a loss for words. For the rest of the time, Mr. Du simply kept silent, quietly following behind. Conveniently, Ni Yang preferred not to be disturbed while she was digging for herbal medicine. The mountain woods were well preserved at this time, with all kinds of herbs to be found. The more Ni Yang dug, the less she wanted to return. she even encountered several plants that had disappeared in later ages. Mr. Du leaned against a pine tree, half closing his eyes, slowly twirling the Buddha beads in his hand. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and said to Ni Yang, "Don't move." Above Ni Yang, in the branches of a tree, coiled a bamboo viper, flicking its tongue. The bamboo viper was a terrifyingly venomous snake. A single bite could be crippling, if not fatal. Just as Mr. Du was about to make a move, Ni Yang swiftly stood up and with lightning speed, grasped the 7-inch of the viper, even faster than the snake itself. It was a second that could make one's heart race. Holding the viper's 7-inch in one hand, Ni Yang drew a shining dagger from her waist with the other, deftly extracted the snake gall, popped it into her mouth, and swallowed it whole. It was incredibly cool. The whole scene left Mr. Du open-mouthed in astonishment. Was she really a woman? Mr. Du began to doubt Ni Yang's gender. Over the years, Mr. Du had seen girls from all over Jiangnan, but he had never seen any quite like Ni Yang. Able to fight, skilled in medical arts, adept at collecting herbs, and unafraid of snakes. And then to swallow a snake gall whole. Are these things that a girl should do? Yet Ni Yang had done just that. Having smoothly swallowed the snake gall, Ni Yang looked up at Mr. Du. Snake gall is a valuable thing. It can dispel wind and dampness, cool the eyes, detoxify prickly heat, and it's highly nourishing. Want to try one? Though she had just killed a snake, not a trace of blood stained her hands. If one hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe such a delicate young lady was capable of such incredible feats? Clutching his Buddha beads, Mr. Du fought down his roiling stomach, shaking his head, "No, no thank you." Seeing Mr. Du's pale face, Ni Yang laughed. "Are you really the Mr. Du who's feared by both men and ghosts in the foreign districts? Is it so scary to swallow a snake gall?" Mr. Du, on the way down the mountain, Ni Yang caught a wild chicken with shiny feathers. Just when Mr. Du thought Ni Yang would comment on the chicken's beauty, she directly said, "This beautiful wild chicken will make the most delicious roasted chicken." Mr. Du's mouth twitched. Why on earth did Master Wang ask him to protect Ni Yang? Chapter 8:15, Be a commoner, drink alcohol and eat meat _6. The protected ones should be the small animals in the mountains. Fortunately, Ni Yang only came to pick some herbal medicine. If Ni Yang lived in the mountains year-round, wouldn't she scare away all the small animals? While walking, Ni Yang suddenly stopped. Master Du did not expect her to stop so abruptly and bumped right into a human wall, nearly falling as his steps wavered. A pale hand quickly grabbed his wrist and then just as swiftly let go. "Watch where you're going." Master Du steadied himself. "What happened?" Ni Yang looked around. "It seems we're lost." By this time, the sky had gradually darkened, and various sounds of small animals echoed through the forest, which would certainly make anyone with a faint heart tremble with fear. Master Du, who had plenty of outdoor experience, said, "It's the ghost hitting the wall." Ni Yang massaged her temples. "What should we do?" Master Du remained unperturbed, playing with his Buddha beads. "Now we can only wait until the sun comes out tomorrow morning to leave." Ni Yang sighed and took off her backpack. "Then that's the only option." Master Du looked at Ni Yang, bewildered. "Ghost hitting the wall, aren't you afraid?" A normal young lady hearing ghost hitting the wall wouldn't react so indifferently. Ni Yang sat down against a pine tree. "What's there to be afraid of? It's not like there are real ghosts." The mountains harbored miasma, and it was pitch black all around. Encountering ghost hitting the wall was quite normal. Actually, ghost hitting the wall isn't really about ghosts, it's just a phenomenon. Biology had already provided a definite answer. When people lose their sense of direction, everything around them appears circular, so they keep going around in the same place. They can only wait for the sun to come out in the morning to regain their sense of direction. Master Du chuckled, you seem to know quite a bit. That I do, Ni Yang replied unabashedly. Master Du played with his Buddha beads and remained silent. Ni Yang took a water bottle out of her backpack, took several gulps, and then turned to Master Du. Are you thirsty? After walking half a day in the mountains, how could he not be thirsty? But sharing a water bottle between a man and a woman, that seemed somewhat improper. Just then, Ni Yang tossed him a bright red fruit. This wild fruit is full of water and quenches thirst very well. Master Du paused, then accurately caught the wild fruit. Thank you. Ni Yang continued, if one isn't enough, there are more in the backpack. Where did they come from? Master Du asked. I picked them while I was gathering herbal medicine, Ni Yang replied. Master Du bit into a wild fruit. Crunch. Indeed, the fruit was very juicy and crispy. It tasted great. As darkness deepened, Ni Yang pulled a shiny bead out of her pocket and placed it on a branch, instantly lighting up the area. A good item indeed. It was far better than an electric light. Master Du, surprised, said, I thought you sold that bead. Ni Yang took out a dagger and swiftly slit the throat of the roasted chicken. I was planning to sell it, but unfortunately, I met a boss who didn't appreciate its value. I see, Master Du's expression softened, turning to look at Ni Yang, and his gaze shifted back to astonishment. What are you doing? Killing the chicken, Ni Yang answered casually. Why kill the chicken? Ni Yang responded incredulously, of course to eat it. Do you want to go hungry tonight? After a pause, Ni Yang added, do you know how to make a fire? There was no shortage of twigs all over the mountain. I don't have matches, Master Du said. You don't smoke? Ni Yang asked. Grandpa Du shook his head. Not smoking is good, Ni Yang continued, then do you know how to start a fire by rubbing sticks together? Rubbing sticks together to start a fire. Grandpa Du, with a bewildered look on his face, said, I'm not a caveman. Then do you know how to kill a chicken? Ni Yang asked again. I'm not a butcher either, Grandpa Du replied. Though Grandpa Du had extensive wilderness experience, it didn't mean he knew how to do everything. Moreover, whenever he was in the wilderness, there were always plenty of people around him, so there was no need for him to do anything himself. Ni Yang, speechless, said, how come you don't know how to do anything? Grandpa Du, I'm not omnipotent. Ni Yang slightly raised her eyebrows, then can you eat? Grandpa Du, Ni Yang, with a look of disdain, said, forget it, I'll do it myself. Self-reliance ensures abundance. Grandpa Du. Soon, the air was filled with the sizzling sound of fat dripping and the distinctive aroma of roasted chicken. Grandpa Du hadn't imagined that the principle of creating fire by rubbing wood sticks was actually real. He was even more surprised that Ni Yang could roast a wild chicken so deliciously in the wilderness. The bright flames reflected a pair of shallow eyes. She propped her chin with one hand and held a stick with the other, focusing entirely on the oil-sputtering roasted chicken. This reminded Grandpa Du of the fire fox he was raising. Grandpa Du leaned against the pine tree, casually withdrew his gaze, and looked up at the sky. The sky was filled with brilliant stars, the splendid Milky Way, where the cowherd and the weaver girl stared at each other from afar. Grandpa Du's fingers moved slightly, the Buddha beads also moved, and just then, a savory chicken leg was handed over. Here, eat. While talking, Ni Yang had already taken a big bite from the chicken leg in her hand. Grandpa Du silently recited in his heart meat and wine pass through the intestines, Buddha stays in the heart, then took the chicken leg, thank you. You're welcome, I couldn't finish it by myself anyway, Ni Yang said nonchalantly. The chicken leg was deliciously roasted, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with each bite filling his mouth with meat. Grandpa Du hadn't felt this satisfied in a long time. At that moment, he felt that being a common man who drinks and eats meat wasn't too bad after all. After finishing the roasted chicken, Yang sighed, I wonder if my master and mistress are worried. After all, she hadn't returned for the night. They probably aren't, Grandpa Du said. Why? Yang turned to look at Grandpa Du. Grandpa Du, twirling the Buddha beads, said, I think, when Mr. Wang asked me to come with you, he already anticipated the ghost hitting the wall. After all, Mr. Wang lived at the foot of the mountain, and he must be very familiar with the conditions in the mountain. He was so worried about Yang probably because he feared that she would be frightened if she encountered the ghost hitting the wall alone. Yang stood up and said, that makes sense. I won't talk anymore, I'm going to sleep. Grandpa Du was momentarily taken aback. Where was she going to sleep? Before Grandpa Du could react, Yang efficiently climbed up a tree and lay on the trunk, her arms crossed, good night. However, as she lay down, her hair accidentally caught on a branch. Snap, a calligraphy brush fell by itself. Thousands of black hairs cascaded down instantly, spilling over the tree trunk, and beneath the black hair was a face delicately stunning. Yang had no choice but to sit up from the tree trunk, and looking down at Grandpa Du, she extended her hand, trouble you to pick up the calligraphy brush for me. Grandpa Du bent down to pick up the brush and tossed it up. Yang caught the calligraphy brush precisely, thanks. No trouble, Grandpa Du replied, his facial expression unchanged. Chapter 8:16, The Truth. Yang sat steadily on the tree trunk, using a brush to secure her long hair behind her head, revealing a face as clear and refined as a painting. Her long black hair instantly disappeared between her pale fingers, which surprised Mr. Du. A tiny brush, yet so magically effective. A strand of hair mischievously slid from her forehead, Yang casually swept it back and yawned, I'm so sleepy, I'm going to sleep now. Mr. Du, you should sleep early too. As she spoke, Yang lay down on the tree trunk. Fortunately, she hadn't worn a cheongsam today, otherwise it would have been really inconvenient. Mr. Du sat under the tree, picking up a few dry branches and placing them on the blazing bonfire, the new wood causing sparks to fly. The two, one above and one below the tree, coexisted in extreme harmony. After a while, Yang's even breathing could be heard from above the tree. Actually, there were still many large wild animals in the mountains at this time, but because of the bonfire burning here, no wild animals dared to approach. Mr. Du lazily leaned against the tree trunk, half squinting his eyes, twirling Buddha beads in his hand. It was unclear whether he was asleep or not. Yet, the bonfire below the tree kept burning until daybreak. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. The golden morning sun shone through the gaps in the tree leaves, casting a misty golden light in the forest, giving a lively and vibrant feel. Yang slowly opened her eyes, looked at the tender green leaves above her, was momentarily bewildered, then sat up from the tree trunk, stretched her limbs, and loosened her muscles. A bit more awake, Yang looked down from the tree. Mr. Du, who had been sleeping under the tree, was nowhere to be seen, and only a few sparks still flickered on the nearby bonfire. Where could he have gone so early in the morning? Eaten by a tiger. Yang frowned slightly, and just then, Mr. Du came from not far away with two plump stream fish skewered on a branch he carried. So he wasn't eaten by a tiger after all. Yang waved at him, good morning. Morning. Mr. Du placed the stream fish down and then said, there are two small streams if you turn left not far from here, do you want to go wash up? Really? Yang jumped down from the tree trunk stably and landed firmly, did you catch this fish? Yes. Mr. Du nodded. I didn't expect you to be able to fish, Yang continued, I'll go wash up first. Let's have grilled fish for breakfast. Give me the fish, I'll take them and prepare them. Prepare? Mr. Du asked puzzledly, isn't it just grilled directly? Ni helplessly shook her head. You must be one of those aristocrats who don't concern themselves with worldly matters. Ah, no, rather, a wealthy noble, not to know such basic life skills. Mr. Du, just as Mr. Du had said, to the left was a clear stream that was visible to the bottom, lined with a layer of pebbles, reflecting dazzling light under the sun, and some rainbow trout could be seen swimming in the stream. There were some copper coin grass and unidentified wild flowers growing by the stream, creating a beautiful scene that, in later generations, would definitely be a popular spot for photos. The cool water splashed on her face, immediately making her feel much more awake. There was no toothpaste in the wilderness, but fortunately, Ni found a kind of herbal plant substitute, chewed it a few times in her mouth, then rinsed with clean water. After grooming, Ni began to clean the stream fish. When Ni returned with the fish, Mr. Du had rekindled the nearly extinguished bonfire. He sat cross-legged in front of the bonfire, twirling the Buddha beads in his hand as if ready to ascend with the wind at any moment. Ni didn't disturb him, and began to grill the fish in front of the bonfire. The wild stream fish from the mountains were extremely delicious, incomparable to the feed-raised fish from modern days, and soon the air was filled with an irresistible aroma. Mr. Du's eyelids twitched, finally understanding why Ananda, the elder, had never been able to fully renounce worldly attachments. This mortal world was indeed hard to leave behind. Seeing that the grilled fish seemed about done, Ni handed one to Mr. Du. Try it and see how it tastes. Mr. Du lightly lifted his eyelids, took the grilled fish, and took a bite. The fish was fresh and tender, leaving a lingering taste that was delightful. It was very different from the fishy taste he had anticipated. Very good. Ni also took a bite. Actually, this isn't even the best tasting grilled fish. The mountain lacks seasonings. Authentic grilled fish brushed with sesame oil and chili oil and then topped with spring onion, ginger, and garlic that is truly delicious. Chapter 8:17, The Truth. _2. Talking and talking, Ni eyes began to light up as if they were filled to the brim with stars. Do you know a lot about food? Grandpa Du slightly lifted his eyes, meeting a pair of clear, bottomless eyes, then subtly lowered them again. Ni took another big bite of fish. It's okay, just a bit pickier than the average person. Grandpa Du nodded. Ni continued, what about you? I always see you with Buddha beads. Have you seen through the mundane world? Grandpa Du smiled faintly. I'm just a common man. Seeing through the mundane world isn't so easy. Ni nodded, that makes sense. In this vast mundane world, there are wines, meats, and beauties. It's indeed not easy to see through all that. You seem to understand life quite well, Grandpa Du said in a light tone. Having finished the last bite of the fish, Ni clapped his hands, stood up from the ground, and said, let's head back. Okay, responded Grandpa Du, standing up as well. Ni poured the water from his water bottle over the campfire to extinguish it, and they descended the mountain together. They walked one after the other. Ni led the way, and Grandpa Du followed. As they passed a slippery spot, Ni looked back to remind Grandpa Du, there's water here, Mr. Du, be careful. Grandpa Du lifted his eyes towards Ni. Somehow, he felt that he was not here to protect Ni. In fact, the one being protected had always been him. Right, how could someone who could slaughter chickens, kill fish, fight, and even dare to swallow a snake gall need anyone else's care? A faint smile unwittingly appeared on Grandpa Du's lips. Soon, they arrived at Old Wang's house. The old couple were leaning against the door, looking out. Seeing Ni and Grandpa Du return, they excitedly greeted them. Yang, Grandpa Du, you're back. Was everything okay last night? All good, Ni Yang replied, grasping Wang Zishi's hand. Don't worry, mistress. Old Wang looked at Grandpa Du. It must have been tough for you last night. This was the Grandpa Du who was respected by everyone within 10 miles. To think that he spent a night on the mountain. It's not worth mentioning, Grandpa Du said slowly. Old Wang continued, Grandpa Du, you and Yang Yang must not have eaten breakfast yet. There's porridge and 8 treasure congee in the pot. I'll serve you some. No need, Ni Yang grilled some fish on the mountain, replied Grandpa Du. Hearing that Grandpa Du had already eaten, Old Wang didn't insist further. When they reached the courtyard, Ni Yang put her basket on the ground and said, Master, Mistress, I didn't return all of last night. My folks are surely worried. I'll head back now. Oh, and the medicinal herbs are inside. Okay, take care on your way. Old Wang came over. Okay, nodded Ni Yang, not forgetting to bring along a bunch of wildflowers she had picked on the mountain. As they were kept alongside various medicinal herbs, the wildflowers hadn't withered and were still stunningly vibrant. Before leaving, Ni Yang didn't forget to greet Wang Ziki and Grandpa Du, elder brother, Mr. Du, I'm heading back first. Grandpa Du nodded slightly, be careful on your way. Wang Ziki said, goodbye, junior sister. Ni Yang looked back and waved at them, goodbye. Ni Yang had come by bike, placing all the wildflowers in the front basket, stepped on the petals, and like a freed butterfly, she disappeared down the narrow path ahead. After a while, Grandpa Du and Old Wang said their farewells. Wang Ziki said, Grandpa Du, should I see you off? No need, I can make my way back, Grandpa Du replied, you rarely get a holiday, spend some quality time with your parents. But, Wang Ziki looked a bit worried. It's all right, Grandpa Du gestured with his hand. Wang Ziki continued, then let me walk you to the junction. This time Grandpa Du didn't refuse. The car couldn't reach the foot of the mountain, so Grandpa Du had to walk to the main road. When Wang Ziki returned, Wang Zhosher said, your Grandpa Du truly cares about his subordinates. Wang Ziki nodded in agreement, yes, our Grandpa Du is very kind. Old Wang scoffed lightly, kind, what kind of kindness? If he was really that kind, he wouldn't have waited so long to give Ziki a holiday. Wang Zhosher, pulling on Wang Ziki's sleeve, added, don't listen to your dad. By the way, Ziki, has Grandpa Du mentioned a wife? If not, introduce him to your second aunt's cousin. Every elder has the heart of a matchmaker, always the first to think of keeping good prospects within the community. Chapter 8:18, The Truth. _3. Wang Zhosher said without speaking, do you really think things are that wonderful? Do you think Yi could take a fancy to Xiangqin? It doesn't cost anything to talk about it, Wang Zhosher said with a smile. Xiangqin isn't ugly, what if Yi took a liking to her? Ziki, I think Yi is quite affable and has a good temperament. Try and mention it to Xiangqin, will you? Good temperament. Affable. A twitch tugged at the corner of Wang Ziki's mouth. If his mother saw the dark side of Yi, she probably wouldn't make such a comment. Seeing that Wang Ziki was silent, Wang Zhosher became unhappy. What's wrong with you, child? Mom is talking to you. Does Yi have a wife or not? Xiangqin is your cousin, and yet you're not taking this to heart at all. Only then did Wang Ziki react. Yi only has 2 concubines, no official wife, concubines. Wang Zhosher thought she was hallucinating. How long has it been since liberation, and your Yi actually still has 2 concubines? Ziki, are you sure you're not mistaken? Wang Ziki shook his head. Yi is not a citizen of China, so the laws of China do not apply to him. Not only does he have 2 concubines, but both of them are strikingly beautiful. Considering Xiangqin's circumstances, I don't know if she could even become the 3rd concubine. How could someone with 2 concubines possibly set his eyes on her niece, Xiangqin? So Wang Zhoushi didn't entertain any more wild thoughts. Continuing, Wang Zhoushi said, "Forget it, Ziki, let's pretend I never said anything." However, Di seems so refined and cultured, yet he's quite a playboy. It's really surprising that he has 2 concubines. Does he have any children? Wang Ziki continued, Di doesn't have any children at the moment. Having 2 concubines and yet no children. That's really strange. Under normal circumstances, there should be at least dozens of children. Wang Zhoushi asked, is there a problem with Di, in that regard? Wang Ziki touched his nose, it probably isn't that. Wang Zhoushi narrowed her eyes, I believe it's definitely something wrong with your Di, otherwise, those 2 concubines wouldn't be without children. Unable to continue the conversation, Wang Ziki said, I'm going to help Dad dry the herbal medicine. When Ni Yang got home, she happened to meet Ni Tsuehua and Shengguan Dehui hurrying out. Dad, Mum, where are you going? Ni Yang parked her bike on the side. Ni Kuihua's eyes lit up and she immediately ran over, grabbing Ni Yang's wrist, Yang, you're back. Where did you go last night? You kept your dad and me up all night. Shengguan Dehui said, if you had come back any later, your mum and I would already be at the police station by now. If it weren't for the rule that one cannot report a disappearance until 24 hours have passed, they would have already called the police. Ni Yang said very apologetically, I'm sorry, Dad, Mum, for making you worry. I went to my master's place, got held up with something, there's no phone service up in the mountains, it won't happen again next time. Shengguan Dehui continued, it's fine as long as you're okay, let's go inside. Ni Yang nodded and followed Shengguan Dehui and Ni Tsuehua inside. Because they didn't want to worry the old couple, Ni Tsuehua and Shengguan Dehui didn't tell grandfather Zheng and grandmother Zheng that Ni Yang had not come home all night, instead telling them that Ni Yang had gone to a classmate's house to play. Little Ni Yun saw Ni Yang returning, and with a swoosh, she jumped out of grandmother Zheng's arms. Sister. Sister's back. Little Yun Yun. Ni Yang picked up little Ni Yun. Chirp chirp, Yang. Duo flew in from the window and landed on Ni Yang's shoulder. Yang. Was that Yang call from Duo just now? Ni Yang looked at Duo with delight. Duo, can you talk now? Duo rubbed its little head against Ni Yang's chin. Yang. So Duo really could talk now. Grandfather Zheng and grandmother Zheng were also very surprised, this little bird is so smart. Ni Tsuehua came over to tease Duo, say it again. Yang. Duo called out with its voice raised again. Ni Tsuehua laughed as well. Then call out Yun. Yang. Indeed, Duo could talk, but it didn't say everything, it only knew Yang. Zheng Xianjing came downstairs and, looking at this joyful family scene, her eyes filled with resentment. This was her home. This was where she had lived since she was a child, so why should these people take it over? Chapter 8:19, The Truth. _4. And that dead bird. It screeches all day long, annoying me to death. Just wait, one day it will turn into a real dead bird. Sister Xianjing, little Ni Yun, who liked Jing Xianjing more, ran over to her with her little short legs. Sister Xianjing, have some candy. This was little Ni Yun's favorite candy. Usually, she wouldn't give it to anyone except Ni Yang. Thank you, Yun. Zheng Xianjing's face was full of smiles as she took the candy. Little Ni Yun reached out her hand to Jing Xianjing. Sister, hug. A hug. If you asked Jing Xianjing who she hated most in this family, little Ni Yun was certainly one of them. Because the Jing family's old master and old mistress really adored this wretched girl too much. Zheng Lingling had told her that when she was young, the old master wouldn't even glance at her, but now he took little Niyun out for a walk every day. His kindly appearance seemed like he had turned into another person. Was this wretched girl doing this on purpose? Did she know that she hated her and that's why she came running over to be hugged? Did she think she was some great treasure? That everyone in the Jing family had to revolve around her. Jing Xianjing suppressed the overwhelming jealousy and picked up little Niyun. Yun is so cute. Although she called her cute, her eyes were filled with venom. Little Niyun looked at Jing Xianjing, then struggled to get down. Let me down, I want down. Jing Xianjing put down little Niyun. Little Niyun quickly ran over to Niyang. Sister, hug. Niyang bent down and picked up little Niyun. Little Niyun was so scared that she tightly wrapped her arms around Niyang's neck, whispering, Sister, I'm scared. Don't be afraid. Niyang soothed little Niyun gently. Little Niyun rested her head on Niyang's shoulder and dared not look at Jing Xianjing again. Jing Xianjing narrowed her eyes slightly. She just knew this wretched girl did it on purpose. She did it on purpose, making the old master and old mistress dislike her. Damn wretch. Jing Xianjing clenched her fists, but a smile crept onto her face as she continued, Yang is back. Last night you didn't come home, Auntie and Uncle were so worried. From now on you must let everyone know where you're going, otherwise, the family will be very anxious, won't they? Yang nodded. Yes, you're right, Sister Xianjing. Seeing that the old master and old mistress had no reaction to this conversation, Jing Xianjing became even more furious. If it had been her staying out all night, the old mistress would surely have scolded her. But now that it was Yang, she had no reaction at all, not even pretending to care. That was the difference between a real granddaughter and an outsider. Yang, not bothering with Jing Xianjing, went upstairs with little Niyun to see Jing Xiyu. She had almost figured out the 13 ghost points, and the next task was to heal Jing Xiyu, the only person who knew the truth. Ever since Wu Jinshu rejected Grandma Wu yesterday, she had fallen ill in bed today, huffing with anger. Wu Yenyun came to bring Grandma Wu lunch. Grandma, time to eat. Seeing Wu Yenyun enter, Grandma Wu immediately turned around, her back facing Wu Yenyun. I'm not hungry, take it back. She couldn't face Wu Yenyun right now. Seeing her made her think of that small Western-style house with a courtyard in front. That should be the Wu family's house, but now, others were living there. Grandma Wu felt her heart clenching in pain. Wu Yenyun sighed, you should eat a little, otherwise, your body won't hold up. You go out, Grandma Wu said. Just then, footsteps sounded outside. Mom. Mom. Hearing this voice, Grandma Wu suddenly forgot everything, sat up from the bed. Jean, in here. In here. A neatly dressed middle-aged woman came in from outside. Mom, why are you sleeping in the middle of the day? This woman was Grandma Wu's younger daughter, Wu Jinjin. Wu Jinjin's fate was relatively good. She married a local man from Beijing, and their life was quite decent. Although their life was acceptable, they could only fend for themselves. Wu Jinjin was a filial daughter who often bought delicious foods to visit Grandma Wu. Wu Yenyun immediately politely greeted, hello, Aunt. Wu Jinjin nodded, Yenyun. After speaking, she continued, Yenyun, why don't you go out and play with your brothers? I'll take care of Grandma. All right. Wu Yenyun nodded and walked towards the door. Chapter 820, The Truth. _5. Wu Jinjin closed the door after Yenyun left and immediately took out 2 chicken legs wrapped in oil paper from her bag. Mom, these are the chicken legs I saved especially for you. You should eat them while they're still warm, and make sure none of those kids see them. Having chicken legs, Grandma Wu certainly didn't want to eat them herself. She wanted to save them for Wu Jinshu and her 2 grandsons. Although her son was somewhat disobedient, she was still a mother. How many mothers would hold a grudge against their son? Grandma Wu carefully put away the chicken legs. I just had dinner and can't eat any more right now. I'll save them for later. Wu Jinjin did not know Grandma Wu's cautious thoughts and continued, Mom, what's going on with you? Lying in bed in the middle of the day, are you feeling unwell? Speaking of this, Grandma Wu sighed deeply. It's like this. Grandma Wu recounted the entire story to Wu Jinjin without missing a word. Wu Jinjin, surprised, said, such a great opportunity and my brother disagrees. Wu Lan's family conditions, in high society, might only be considered ordinary, but compared to families like Wu Jinjin's and Wu Jinshu's, they were definitely wealthy. For Yan to marry into such a family would be marrying above her status. Grandma Wu said, that stubborn brother of yours, he says he won't sell his daughter. Wu Jinjin grabbed Grandma Wu's hands, Mom, you can't listen to my brother on this. While you're still here, you should be the one calling the shots. Not to mention Yan isn't even my brother's biological child. Even if she were, marrying into such a well-off family would be a huge stroke of luck for her. If it were someone else, they might not even be able to marry so high. Grandma Wu sighed, the man is as old as your brother and already has 2 daughters. Your brother probably feels pity for Yan marrying into a family and becoming a stepmother. Being a stepmother is not easy these days. Wu Jinjin said, what about being a stepmother? Who you marry is who you marry. Rather than marrying some poor guy, it's better to marry someone with good conditions and later become a wealthy lady. Times have changed. Back in the day, decent families' daughters still became concubines to landowners and rich merchants. There were even old men at 80 marrying 18-year-old girls. At only 35, he's not old at all. In Wu Jinjin's eyes, these weren't problems at all. If she hadn't married, she would have even considered marrying in place of Yan. She was sick of struggling through poverty, which is why she had promptly found a local man from Beijing to marry. Even the poorest local man from Beijing lived better than countryside folks. Grandma Wu holding onto Wu Jinjin's hand, if only your brother could think like you. Wu Jinjin speechlessly said, why care about my brother? Yan is your eldest granddaughter. Even if you make this decision for my brother, he can't do anything to you. After you've raised him through such difficult times, is he going to deny you as his mother? Wu Jinjin was young but full of cunning ideas. Learning that her niece could marry into such a good family, of course, she couldn't miss this opportunity. Jinjin, now you're the only one I can rely on. Tell me, Mom, what should I do? Grandma Wu eagerly held Wu Jinjin's hand. Wu Jinjin smiled, Mom, listen to me. Wu Jinjin whispered a lot into Grandma Wu's ear. After listening, Grandma Wu felt a burden lift from her heart and smiled. The old saying is right, a daughter is a mother's little quilted jacket. Wu Jinjin continued, Mom, since Yan is so beautiful, you should ask for a larger dowry. Grandma Wu said, Lanzi already promised me that once it's settled, he'll give our family that 2-story townhouse with a courtyard, and he'll also sort out our household registration issues, and take care of Dalong and Erlong's schooling. Mom, do you have such low aspirations? Wu Jinjin continued, the reason they're offering such favorable terms is because they really fancy Yan. Our family has only one beautiful girl like Yan. Once this chance is missed, there will be no next shop, so why not ask for more while you can? Besides, our family has raised her for so many years, it's time she gave back. The more Grandma Wu listened, the more she felt Wu Jinjin was making sense. So, Jinjin, what should we ask from them? Grandma Wu asked. Wu Jinjin said, why ask for objects? Objects are trivial. Of course, it's most reliable to ask for money. Their family has money, right? Besides those 3 promises you were given last time, ask for an additional 2,000 yuan. Chapter 821, The Truth. _6. 2,000 yuan. At this time, an ordinary family would need about 10 years to earn 2,000 yuan. Grandma Wu got a fright. Will they give it? Wu Jinjin said, if they don't give it, then don't marry off. Anyway, my brother doesn't even want to marry Yenyun off yet. Besides, Yenyun is so beautiful, she might meet someone even better later on. In actuality, Wu Jinjin was well aware that since that household was willing to offer a house to take a bride, it meant they were not lacking those 2,000 yuan. 2,000 yuan was a huge amount for him, but for well-off families, it can be managed. Grandma Wu nodded, thinking Wu Jinjin made a lot of sense. Wu Jinjin continued, Mom, I'm Yanyun's aunt, and I held her when she was little, you see. If this deal goes through, shouldn't you give me some benefit? Grandma Wu then said, isn't your family living quite well? Why care about such a little money? What well? Wu Jinjin said, my mother-in-law is totally unreasonable, plus since I come from another place, she looks down on me. She always gives me these looks. Also, when I got married back then, you asked for an 80 yuan bride price from their family, but didn't prepare even a basic dowry for me. My mother-in-law constantly uses that to mock me, mentioning how much dowry this or that family provided. Dowry items often included a wash basin, a comb, a mirror, and a chamber pot. In an age where flush toilets hadn't yet become common, chamber pots were a daily necessity. For ordinary families, even the poorest would prepare these essential dowry items. Slightly better off ones would even buy chests, nightstands, and dressing tables as dowry. But the Wu family was too poor, and as Wu Jinshu was not well, Grandma Wu, after asking for the hefty bride price of 80 yuan, hadn't prepared any dowry items for Wu Jinjin. Knowing she hadn't handled things properly back then, Grandma Wu sighed and said, Jinjin, you've suffered a lot at the Li family over these years, but I had no choice, you know our situation. Let's not talk about the past, Wu Jinjin said. Mom, this time you have to support me in front of my in-laws. Don't worry, I won't ask for too much. Recalling her daughter's suffering at her in-laws' house over the years, Grandma Wu nodded firmly, okay. Jinjin, how much money do you want? Wu Jinjin said, actually, I don't really want money. I just hope you can buy me a bicycle, and also, I want a sewing machine. At that time, a bicycle alone cost nearly 300 yuan, and a sewing machine would cost even more. Grandma Wu was really reluctant, but thinking of Wu Jinjin's sufferings at her in-laws, she gritted her teeth and agreed. Just a bicycle and a sewing machine. Even if both items together cost 1,000 yuan, she would still have 1,000 left. Besides, they would still get a house and a Beijing household registration, considering that they weren't losing out. Seeing that Grandma Wu agreed, Wu Jinjin was very happy. Mom, that settles it then, you really mustn't regret this. Don't worry, I won't regret it, said Grandma Wu. That's great. Wu Jinjin said, let's get going. We will visit Wu Lan's place now. Why are we going to Wu Lan's? Asked Grandma Wu. Since the matter is settled, it's time to finalize the wedding date. Wu Lan replied, sooner rather than later. What if someone gets ahead of us? Wu Lan's brother is such a catch, I'm sure many people have their eyes on him. Hearing this, Grandma Wu quickly got out of bed. All right, let's go. Wu Yenyun knew why her grandmother was so angry. She probably resented her for eating too much. With not a lot to go around, one more person eating was just additional burden. Wu Yenyun sat in the courtyard, looking up at the sky, and let out a deep sigh. Just then, she saw Grandma Wu and Wu Jinjin hurrying out. Grandma, Aunt, where are you going? Wu Yangyun immediately stood up. Wu Jinjin looked back impatiently. It's adult business, kids should stay out of it. Wu Yangyun had nothing more to say. She arrived at Wu Lan's house. Wu Lan welcomed Grandma Wu and Wu Jinjin with her usual warmth. Wu Jinjin, who was eloquent, clarified the purpose of their visit in just a few words. On hearing this, Wu Lan said, "Getting a daughter-in-law for my brother isn't something to be taken lightly, and since you've already given it some thought, let's set a time for the young people to meet. Whether this works out still depends on my brother." Grandma Wu didn't say anything, and Wu Jinjin asked, "What about tomorrow? Does tomorrow work?" Such matters were of course better settled sooner rather than later to avoid unnecessary complications. Wu Lan nodded. "Fine, let's make it tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, and we'll meet at my place. If my brother takes a liking to Yangyun, our two families can sit down and discuss other issues thoroughly." Although Wu Lan thought Wu Yangyun was very attractive, it all depended on Wu Chang's own wishes. Wu Jinjin hurriedly nodded, "Yes, that works." After leaving Wu Lan's house, Wu Jinjin felt uneasy. "Mom, what if they don't like Yangyun? Didn't you say this deal was certain? Why do we have to meet first? If they didn't approve of Wu Yangyun, wouldn't she lose a bicycle?" How could Wu Jinjin not worry? She dreamt of owning a bicycle and a sewing machine. With those two possessions, would her cruel mother-in-law dare to look down on her? Grandma Wu said, "Don't worry about that. With Yanyan's looks, you won't find another like her in 10 villages." Wu Yanyan's beauty was undeniable as she was not from the Wu family. Wu Jinjin said, "Hopefully. We'll meet at 10 tomorrow morning. I'll come over at 8:30. By then, will my brother and sister-in-law have gone to work?" This matter could not yet be disclosed to Wu Jinshu and Yan Erju. Grandma Wu replied, "They've gone to work. They leave for work every day at 7 in the morning." Wu Jinjin nodded, "That's good." Upon returning home, Wu Yangyun was not there. Wu Daolong and Wu Erlong were taking care of their younger brother. Grandma Wu asked, "Why are you two looking after Xiaolong? Where's your older sister?" "She had something to attend to," Wu Erlong replied. "She has nothing to attend to. I bet she's just slacking off." "Alright, go play, I'll watch Xiaolong," Grandma Wu said. Hearing they were relieved of the duty, Wu Daolong and Wu Erlong ran off faster than rabbits. Wu Yangyun trudged down the street with heavy steps. She hadn't had enough to eat in the evening or at noon, and now she hardly had any energy. Walking down the streets of Beijing, she went from shop to shop asking if they needed part-time workers. She wanted to find a job. A job that could help reduce the burden on her family. "Excuse me, are you looking for part-time workers? I'm hardworking and can do any sort of job." "No, we're not hiring. Get out of here." These were the kinds of rejections Wu Yangyun faced. But Wu Yangyun didn't lose heart. She continued asking from one place to the next, desperately hoping to find some part-time work. Chapter 8:22 Transfer. There were many shops on the street, but few needed part-time workers. After all, the economy at this time wasn't as developed as in later times, and the businesses weren't booming. Many shops could barely make ends meet, so how could they afford to hire people? Moreover, Wu Yangyun was still underage, so even the shops that needed part-time workers wouldn't dare to hire her. As she walked, Wu Yangyun came across a noodle restaurant with a long queue at the entrance, and next to it was a milk tea shop, both swarming with people. Business was booming. The milk tea shop was called New York Milk Tea, and the noodle restaurant was called Sour Fish Noodle Restaurant. Both establishments had become popular in Beijing over a year ago and had spawned many imitators in Beijing streets, yet the originals had never been surpassed. New York Milk Tea and Sour Fish Noodle Restaurant had significantly influenced the dining scene. Wu Yanyan entered the restaurant where two aunties were efficiently cleaning the tables. "Auntie, do you hire part-time workers?" The aroma inside the restaurant was so tantalizing that Wu Yanyan couldn't help but swallow saliva. Your business is thriving for a reason. Coincidentally, the store Wu Yanyan visited was managed by Zhou Qingshang. Zhou Qingshang had a daughter about Wu Yanyan's age. "Girl, would you like to come work here?" "Yes," Wu Yanyan nodded in a hurry. "Auntie, don't worry, I can do anything. You can pay me whatever you think is appropriate. I really need this job." Zhou Qingshang then asked, "How old are you this year, young lady?" 17, Wu Yanyan replied. Zhou Qingshang's daughter, Wang Xiaoya, was 16 and in her final year of junior high school. "Young lady, aren't you going to school?" Wu Yanyan shook her head. Zhou Qingshang had also faced tough times in the past. If it weren't for Ni Yang and her daughter coming to Jinghua village, Wang Xiaoya probably would have dropped out of school by now. Seeing Wu Yanyan, she felt sympathy. "Just wait a moment for me, young lady." Zhou Qingshang quickly cleaned up the table and headed towards the kitchen. Wu Yanyan stood there waiting for Zhou Qingshang with a nervous heart. Zhou Qingshang soon came back with a bag in her hand. "Young lady, this is some leftover buns and noodles from our lunch. If you don't mind, you can take them home and eat, otherwise, it would just be a waste if we throw them away." "Thank you, auntie." Wu Yanyan took the bag with both hands. Wu Yanyan continued, "Young lady, we have never hired part-timers before, and am not sure if the boss will hire you. Come back tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, and the boss will be here." Although Zhou Qingshang was now the store manager, hiring part-time workers wasn't something she could decide. Even more so since Wu Yanyan wasn't of age yet. She was afraid of causing trouble for Ni Yang. "Auntie, thank you. Thank you." Wu Yanyan held the bag and kept bowing to Zhou Qingshang. "You're welcome," Zhou Qingshang replied. "You should head back now, and come again tomorrow." Wu Yanyan left with the food in hand. Zhou Qingshang had given a lot. There were 10 meat buns and a large bag of soup noodles. Actually, these foods were not leftovers from lunch but were bought by Zhou Qingshang herself. Looking at Wu Yanyan's condition, she knew she hadn't eaten enough. Zhou Qingshang had also experienced being hungry before and knew how painful that could be. Wu Yanyan was very hungry and couldn't resist eating a meat bun as she walked. The meat bun was truly delicious, bursting with juice at each bite. The flavor of the meat bun lingered in her mouth. Wu Yanyan ate 3 buns in a row before gradually regaining her strength. Just then, a car suddenly rushed around the corner. Screech. The sharp sound of an emergency brake echoed, and Wu Yanyan's face instantly turned pale, frightened and collapsing to the ground, the noodles scattering everywhere. Fortunately, the car stopped just 0.1 millimeters away from her. Wu Yanyan swallowed nervously, thinking she was about to be hit a moment ago. "Go and check." The man in the back seat, holding Buddha beads, spoke faintly. The sunlight shone through the car window and cast a faint glow on him, making the already ethereal and elegant man seem even more unreal. "All right." The driver nodded, opened the car door, and stepped out. "Are you all right, young lady?" The driver walked over. Wu Yanyan couldn't care less about herself, crying out in distress, my noodles, my noodles." Those noodles were enough for a meal for her family, but now, they were all spilled. Chapter 8:23, Transfer_2. Bright sunlight cast her profile in a pale and delicate light. The man inside the car glanced back and just happened to catch this scene. He raised an eyebrow slightly, lowered the car window, and called out, "Xiao Qing." Upon hearing this, the driver immediately ran over. Boss Du twirled Buddha beads in one hand and took out a banknote from his wallet with the other. "Give this to her." "All right." Xiao Qing took the banknote and walked over to Wu Yenyun. Young lady, stop crying and get up. This is from our boss Du, take it and go buy yourself a new bowl of noodles and buns. Before her eyes was a blue 100 yuan bill. The most common bills people saw at that time were the 10 yuan ones, also known as Big Unity. Ordinary families almost never saw a 100 yuan bill. The fact that this man gave out 100 yuan so freely suggested he was no ordinary person. Seeing that Wu Yenyun had no reaction, Xiao Qing stuffed the money into Wu Yenyun's hands and got back into the car. Wu Yenyun hurriedly lifted her head and saw a gentle and elegant profile through the fleeting car window. He was dressed in old-style traditional clothes, looking straight ahead, his handsome features set against a cool, snowy aura. Such people, who appear so cultivated, are actually the hardest to deal with. Wu Yenyun clutched the banknote tightly in her hand. Their family was indeed short on money at the moment. With this large sum of 100 yuan, they could do a lot. The streets bustled with people. After the black car disappeared, only Wu Yenyun remained sitting on the ground. A few stray dogs and cats ran over from not far away, quickly clearing the food remnants on the ground. Everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Wu Yenyun stood up from the ground and limped towards the grain and oil shop. She bought 100 pounds of rice in one go, along with 10 pounds of sesame oil, 50 pounds of flour, spending a total of 30 yuan. The shopkeeper even personally delivered these items to the Wu family. It may seem like a lot of goods, but with so many people in the Wu family, and their appetites larger at that time, these items wouldn't last very long, at most, half a month. When Wu Yenyun returned, Wu Jinshu and Yan Erju had already come back. Seeing the shopkeeper carrying bags of rice and oil into their house, Yan Erju pulled Wu Yenyun aside with a puzzled look. "Xiaoyun, what's going on?" "Mom, this is for you." Wu Yenyun handed the remaining 70 yuan to Yan Erju and briefly explained the afternoon's incident. Yan Erju and Wu Jinshu paled when they heard that Wu Yenyun had almost been in a car accident. "Xiaoyun, are you all right?" Wu Yenyun shook her head. "Mom and Dad, don't worry, I'm fine." "That's good," Yan Erju continued. "But you need to be more careful in the future, especially when crossing the street." "You can't be this lucky every time." Wu Jinshu said, "Your mother's right. You can't be this lucky every time. What if the car had hit you badly? How would our family cope? We can earn money back, but you have to understand that no amount of money can buy back a life. What's priceless in this world? Life is priceless." Wu Yenyun nodded. "Mom and Dad, I understand." Wu Erlong added from the side, "Mom and Dad, with this money, can sister go to school now?" Yan Erju gave a bitter smile. How could this money be enough? Just the tuition for one semester was 98 yuan, plus miscellaneous fees and food, it all added up to 138 yuan. That was why in the 1980s, so many dropped out after middle school. Wages were low. To send one child to school could deplete a family's entire savings. Not like later generations, where 9 years of compulsory education was fully implemented. Not only was school free, there were scholarships and subsidies for students in need. Thus, those who lived through this era were very frugal in later times. Wu Daolong continued, "Is it enough for Erlong and me to go to school?" "Not enough," Yan Erju shook her head, then said, "But don't worry, Daolong, Xiaolong. Mom and Dad will work hard and provide for your schooling. It's just a matter of time before they could save enough for tuition." Just then, Granny Wu happened to overhear Yan Erju's statement, retorted, "With what you and Jinshu earn, it wouldn't be enough even if you saved for 10 more years." Yan Erju and Wu Jinshu together earned less than 20 yuan a month. The rent was 10 yuan a month. Their meager income barely covered the family's expenses, and they still dreamed of affording their children's education. Chapter 824, Transfer_3. Dream on. The family was already living like this, yet Wu Jinshu stubbornly refused to marry off his daughter. He didn't even consider his own abilities. Fortunately, she was still clear-headed and able to make decisions for the household, otherwise, Wu Jinshu and Yan Erju would have dragged the whole family down. Upon hearing this, Yan Erju's expression darkened. Then she said, "Mom, are you hungry? I'll go cook some dinner. Tonight we'll have aromatic white rice." In later generations, rice was a common food, but in this era, struggling families could hardly afford a meal of white rice. Yan Erju's family normally only ate coarse rice. Coarse rice, meant for feeding chickens and ducks, was hard and astringent, choking the throat and causing pain. And even this coarse rice wasn't enough to go around. Grandmother Wu glanced at Yan Erju. Where did the money come from to buy white rice? Yan Erju explained the situation to Grandmother Wu. Grandmother Wu said, "Just 100 yuan makes you this happy." Wu Yenyun could exchange for a small Western-style house plus 2,000 yuan. How happy would Yan Erju be then? After Grandmother Wu left, Yan Erju tugged at Wu Jinshu's sleeve. "Why do I feel like Mom was a bit strange today? She didn't even care about 100 yuan. If others heard, they might think our family is rich." Wu Jinshu wasn't concerned. "That's just how my mom is, probably just in a bad mood today." Yan Erju didn't dwell on it and turned to Wu Yenyun. "Xiaoyun, go rest for a bit. I'll make dinner today." Wu Yenyun rolled up his sleeves. "Mom, you've been tired all day. Let me do it." Yan Erju smiled and said, "Mom's not tired. You, on the other hand, must have been really scared by that car just now. Go rest, you've been working hard these days too." Unable to argue with Yan Erju, Wu Yenyun reluctantly went to his room to rest. That evening, Yan Erju steamed a large pot of rice, and also fried a plate of sesame oil vegetables and cooked a big bowl of sesame oil egg soup. The children ate very happily. Wu Yenyun also unusually had a full meal that shocked him, especially since Grandmother Wu didn't give him any looks during the meal. He felt surprised and somewhat pleased. After all, he was still a teenager. He wanted to eat his fill too. Who would want to experience the pangs of hunger? The next morning, Wu Jinshu and Yan Erju went to work together. Grandmother Wu approached Wu Yenyun. "Yenyun, let Daolong and Erlong keep an eye on Xiaolong. You come with me." Wu Yenyun nodded. "Grandma, where are we going?" "You don't need to worry about that," Grandmother Wu continued. "We'll leave when your aunt comes." "Oh." Wu Yenyun didn't ask further. Soon, Wu Jinjin arrived. Wu Jinjin was always neatly dressed, regardless of the occasion. Especially today, she had even brought out clothes preserved for special occasions and wore a pair of silver earrings she donned only during the new year. "Yenyun, I brought a dress for you. Try it quickly to see if it fits. If it does, put it on and well go." Wu Jinjin handed a water-red dress to Wu Yenyun. Wu Yenyun was stunned. "Aunt, is this for me?" Wu Jinjin was a very dutiful and filial daughter, but not a good aunt. She didn't like Wu Jinshu's children at all, whether it was Wu Daolong, Wu Xiaolong, or Wu Yenyun. She never cared for any of them. From their childhood, she never once bought them candy. Whenever she brought something over, it was always secretly given to Grandmother Wu. Wu Yenyun was surprised when Wu Jinjin suddenly offered her a dress. Wu Jinjin smiled and said, "Look at you asking such questions. If it's not for you, who else could it be for? Go change quickly, we have to go out soon." Convinced that the dress was for her, Wu Yenyun went back inside the house to change. After Wu Yenyun left, Grandmother Wu expressed her dissatisfaction. "You work hard for your money, why waste it buying clothes for her? It's not bought. This dress belonged to Jianli when she was younger," Wu Jinjin replied. Jianli was Wu Jinjin's sister-in-law. Upon hearing the dress was an old one that didn't cost money, grandmother Wu finally relaxed. After a moment, Wu Yenyun came out dressed. Wu Yenyun was unlike the rest of the Wu family. She was tall and, even though she was only 17, she had already reached a height of 165 centimeters, surpassing Wu Jinjin by more than a head. Chapter 825, Transfer_4. Although the water-red color had faded to nearly white, it surprisingly looked good on Yenyun. Jinjin said, "It really is true, clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. Our Yenyun is a grown lady now." Such a beautiful maiden, Wulan had no reason to look down on her. It looked like her bicycle and sewing machine might just be within reach after all, Jinjin thought, her smile growing brighter. Yenyun tugged at her skirt uneasily. "Auntie, perhaps I should change out of this. It's not convenient for working." "There's no need, just wear that." Jinjin grabbed Yenyun's wrist. "Today, you don't have to do any chores." "Let's go then, it's almost time," Grandma added. "Dalong, Erlong, take good care of your brother at home. We'll be back soon." "Grandma, I want to go too." Dalong followed Grandma's steps. Grandma said kindly, "Dalong, stay home. Grandma will bring back some sweets for you." Hearing there would be sweets, Dalong was overjoyed. All right, then you should hurry, Grandma." Walking along the road, Yenyun felt something odd and asked, "Grandma, Auntie, where are we going?" Jinjin, smiling, linked arms with Yenyun. "Just out for some fun, you'll see soon enough." Soon, they reached Wulan's house. Yenyun asked, "Isn't this Auntie Wulan's place?" "Grandma, what are we doing here?" Grandma replied sternly, "Children should not ask too many questions. Just sit quietly and listen when we talk later." Grandma wouldn't reveal the truth to Yenyun until everything was settled. This girl was clever. What if she disagreed? As they entered the yard, Wulan came out from the house warmly. "Auntie, come in, please sit." There were quite a few people in the living room. Among them were Wulan's husband and her brother, Wu Chang, remembering Wulan's mother. Wulan introduced, "Mom, Changzi, this is Yanyun's grandma, this is Yanyun's auntie, and this here is Yenyun." Jinjin was especially good at handling situations, and she immediately started greeting everyone. Feeling several pairs of eyes scrutinizing her intensively, Yenyun became noticeably nervous, her hands tightly wrung together. Actually, Wu Chang had been rather reluctant to come today. Because Wulan had said the girl was just a countryside lass, he thought, how pretty can a village girl be? But he hadn't expected Yenyun to be so attractive. Wu Chang immediately stood up. "So this is Yenyun. You must be tired from the long walk, please have a seat." Wu Chang, at 35, didn't need to work because his family owned over 30 properties. His days were spent playing card games and collecting rent, living a practically idyllic life. This led to a drastic alteration in his appearance. He had a beer belly, a bald head, and a greasy face, looking much older than his actual age. Wulan and their mother felt reassured seeing Wu Chang act like this. He must be interested. Otherwise, why would Wu Chang be so enthusiastic? Though Wu Chang wasn't much to look at, his financial situation was solid. Despite having met numerous girls, none had interested him. Finally finding one that satisfied him, their mother heaved a great sigh of relief. And not only was the girl pleasing to Wu Chang, but she also greatly satisfied the mother-in-law. She was beautiful and seemed easy to handle. As a mother-in-law, she didn't want a strong-willed daughter-in-law. If she ended up with such a daughter-in-law, instead of being taken care of, she would be the one catering to the daughter-in-law. Jinjin and Grandma, sensing the situation, urged Yenyun to sit down. "Xiaowu says sit down, so quickly take a seat." Yen Yun had never experienced anything like this, but she vaguely understood that today's visit was far from a simple courtesy call. There was definitely something else going on. Yen Yun felt uneasy, especially unable to endure Wu Chang's blatant stares. She had barely touched the sofa when she quickly stood up. "Grandma, Auntie, I have something to do, I need to go back." After saying that, she left the place as if escaping. Although Wu Lan's house was as splendid as a palace, it made her feel suffocated. It was only after running outside that Yen Yun could finally breathe more easily. Grandma was livid. Chapter 826, Transfer_5. This wretch. How she embarrasses her. Does she think she's such a hot commodity that no one else will do but her? Wu Chang looked at Wu Yanyun's retreating figure. Why did she leave? With his conditions, how could Wu Yanyun not be impressed? Wu Jingjin said with a smile, trying to smooth things over, "Our Yanyun has never been in a match before, it's her first time riding the wedding sedan, she's just shy. Xiaowu, please don't take it to heart. She's quite satisfied with you." Hearing this, Wu Chang breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that's good. Wu's mother glanced at Wu Jingjin and said indifferently, "Can you speak for your niece?" When Wu's mother was not retired, she was the head of the local district. She was always serious and had a thorough way of addressing issues. "This matter isn't so simple." Wu Jingjin smiled and said, "Auntie, I can't decide on this matter, but my mom can. Yen Yun is my mom's granddaughter." Upon hearing this, Wu's grandmother immediately agreed, Yes, I can decide on this." Wu's mother continued, "Our Wu family has always been clean and keen, we never do things that trouble others. It's either a yes or a no, forced melons are never sweet. Our family has money, what kind of daughter-in-law can't we find? Wu's mother is a respectable person, she definitely doesn't like doing things that can't be put on the table." Wu's grandmother agreed, Yes, you are right, rest assured, even though I am old, I can still handle this." Wu's mother continued, "Although you are the girl's grandmother, this matter still needs to be approved by your son and daughter-in-law, right?" Wu's grandmother couldn't respond to this. Because Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju didn't know anything about this matter. Wu Jingjin hurriedly chimed in with a smile, "Auntie, I'll just tell you the truth, the situation in our family is rather complicated. Yen Yun isn't my brother and sister-in-law's biological daughter. Yen Yun was picked up by my mom from the mountains, and it was my mom who raised her from infancy. She has no connection with my brother and sister-in-law, so as long as my mom agrees, it's settled." Wu's grandmother was startled. In her heart, she silently gave Wu Jingjin a thumbs up, truly her own clever daughter, quick to react, lying without a draft. Hearing this, Wu's mother nodded, "I see. Since she isn't her own and was raised solely by the elderly lady, then this matter should be easier to handle." Wu Chang nudged Wu's mother. Wu's mother knew what her son meant and continued, "You all know the situation of our family. Qiangzi now has 2 daughters. The young lady, if married into our family, doesn't need to do any work. She just needs to take care of me and the 2 children, and of course, cook and do Qiangzi's laundry." Wu Jingjin laughed and said, "These are all small matters, what household's new bride doesn't do these?" Chapter 827, Transfer_6. She had figured it out, the Wu family was not short of money at all. Since they weren't hard up, of course, she had to ask for more. Such lavish wealth only came once in a lifetime. Hearing this, Wu's mother placed her teacup on the table and gently tapped it. "Are you selling your daughter or marrying her off? Country folks are country folks indeed. When it comes to marrying off a daughter, they don't beat around the bush. Even if she wasn't their own flesh and blood, did it have to be this ruthless?" At this time, in Beijing, when an ordinary family took a bride, the most they'd offer was 500 yuan as a dowry. But their demands were different, wanting both a house and money. As soon as they opened their mouths, it was 3,000. Wu Jinjin said with a smile, "Auntie, what you said is a bit harsh. As the saying goes, a match made in heaven is tied with a thread. If our Yenyun and Xiaowu truly have no fate, then there is nothing we can do as family members." She meant they were ready to call the whole thing off. Wu Chang panicked as soon as he heard this. "We are fated. Yenyun and I are very much fated. I agree to the 3,000, none of the conditions you've proposed are a problem." Wu Yenyun was so beautiful and still an untouched young lady. It wouldn't matter if it were 3,000 or even 30,000, Wu Chang would find a way to gather it. Wu's mother inwardly rolled her eyes at Wu Chang, frustrated with his lack of resolve. She had planned to bargain down the price, yet her son was so weak-willed in front of a beautiful girl that he couldn't even move his feet. Now that everything was out in the open, Wu's mother didn't beat around the bush either and continued, "To show the Wu family sincerity, let's draw up an agreement, pay the dowry now, then choose a day for both families to sit down for a meal together and settle on a wedding date. As for the house, your family can only move in after the young couple is married." "Agreed," Wu Jinjin nodded. Wu's mother turned her head to look at Grandma Wu. "What about you? Do you see any issues?" Yenyun had been raised by her hands after all, and Wu's mother felt it necessary to ask for Grandma Wu's opinion. Grandma Wu said, "I have no objections." They were willing to pay so much, offer a house, and move the household registration. What could she possibly object to? Wu's mother had come prepared today. She took out 3 stacks of RMB from her bag. "Here is 3,000 yuan. Let's write up an agreement, and consider this matter settled." "Good, good," Grandma Wu nodded. Both Grandma Wu and Wu Jinjin were illiterate, so how the agreement was drawn up was entirely up to Wu's mother and Wu Lan. They only had to press their fingerprints as confirmation. The store manager of this branch was Gooden's mother, Han Xiaoqin. Yang Yang. Seeing Ni Yang arrive, Han Xiaoqin quickly came out to greet her. Ni Yang continued, "Auntie Han, this is my good friend Wu Yenyun, and these are Yanyun's parents. Our store just happens to be in need of 2 cleaning staff, and I have already discussed this with Uncle Wu and Auntie Wu, and they will start working tomorrow." "Uncle Wu, Auntie Wu, this is the store manager here, Han Xiaoqin." "Hello, Manager Han." Han Xiaoqin was also a very warm person, smiling. "Don't be so formal, there's no need for such rules here, just call me Xiao Han. Come in and get acquainted with the work environment. Actually, the job of cleaning is very easy, just wiping the tables and sweeping the floors." Everyone followed her in. The store already had 1 cleaning lady. After looking around the store for a while, Yan Erju and Wu Jinshu felt completely stress-free. Cleaning here was just like doing housework. Being farmers themselves, this kind of work was nothing to them, especially since the salary at the store was so high. After confirming there were no issues with the job, the couple signed their contracts with Han Xiaoqin. Even when they got home in the evening, Yan Erju and Wu Jinshu were still a bit dazed. "Jinshu, did we really find a job that pays 40 yuan a month?" "Really?" Wu Jinshu nodded, pulling out the contract from the bag. "Look, we've even signed the contract." Yan Erju, overwhelmed with joy, didn't know what to say and just clung to Wu Jinshu's wrist. "Jinshu, how much will our combined salary be then?" "It'll be 80. Wu Jinshu answered. 80. Yen Erju laughed out loud with joy. 80. With these 80 yuan, we can send all 3 kids to school and never have to worry about not having the rent money again. Chapter 830, Domineering. _3. A month is 80 yuan, a year is 960 yuan. In the past, they could only earn a bit more than 200 yuan a year, and now it has increased nearly 5-fold. Seeing how happy her parents were, Wu Yenyun was also very happy. What made her happy was that she could finally go to school. Her parents no longer had to worry about making a living in the future. For a poor family, education is the best way out. Once she got into university, she would lead her family to a better life. Yen Erju turned her head to look at Wu Yenyun and said with a smile, "Xiaoyun, the fortune teller in our village was right after all. You are the auspicious star reincarnated from heaven, capable of bringing good fortune to our family." Wu Yenyun replied, "Mom, that's all superstition. I think we really ought to thank Yang Yang. If not for her, you and Dad wouldn't have found such a good job." Neither Wu Jinshu nor Yen Erju could read, and Wu Jinshu had a disability, which meant that no shop would normally hire them. Yen Erju nodded her head. "You're right, we should thank Yang Yang properly. Speaking of which, Yang Yang is really capable too, owning several storefronts and even becoming a boss at such a young age. She looks only around 17 or 18. By the way, Xiaoyun, how did you meet Yang Yang?" Wu Yenyun answered, "Yang Yang and Xiaoyu are classmates and good friends. I met her through Xiaoyu." "Oh, I see." Just then, Grandma Wu walked in from outside, carrying 2 strips of pork in her hand. "Erju, take this meat and stir-fry it for the kids to ease their cravings." Yen Erju exclaimed in surprise, "Mom, where did you get this meat from?" At that time, pork fat was 2 yuan per jin, and the 2 strips of meat that Grandma Wu had were at least 3 to 4 jin, which was worth 7 to 8 yuan. The Wu family was so poor that even money was scarce. Where could Grandma Wu get the money from? Grandma Wu replied, "Of course I bought it." "What, you think I stole it?" Yen Erju took the strips of pork. "Was it Jin Jin who gave you the money?" Wu Jin, though her family's situation was not bad, was definitely not that generous. Usually, the gifts she gave were secretly passed to Grandma Wu, like a couple of lard cakes or 2 chicken legs. Grandma Wu gave Yen Erju a glance. "It's my own money. What's the matter, you don't allow this old woman to have some private savings?" No, that's not what I meant." Yen Erju quickly shook her head, then said to Wu Yenyun, "Xiaoyun, let's go cook in the kitchen." "Okay." Wu Yenyun nodded her head and followed Yen Erju's footsteps. After the mother and daughter left, Wu Jinshu said to Grandma Wu with a smile, "Mom, I've got some good news for you." "What good news?" asked Grandma Wu. Wu Jinshu replied, "Yenyun helped Erju and me find new jobs at the noodle restaurant, cleaning for 40 yuan a month. We get 4 days off each month, and there are benefits during the holidays too." Under normal circumstances, Grandma Wu would have been delighted to hear this. But today, she showed little reaction. After all, she had seen a bit of the world by now. Grandma Wu said, 40 yuan a month, what's that? Put together, you two merely earn 80 yuan. Over 12 months, that's only 960 yuan. At this rate, when will you be able to buy a 2-story house with a yard in Beijing? The Wu family alone gave 3,000 yuan as a bride price, which could let Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju work for 3 years. Not to mention, it included a 2-story house. Wu Jinshu did not expect this reaction from Grandma Wu. "Mom, when did you get so extravagant? You're even looking down on 40 yuan. Keep in mind, I used to earn just a few cents per day working on the construction site." Grandma Wu glanced at Wu Jinshu. "That was then, this is now. I've done my research. In Beijing, building a two-story house costs at least 20,000 yuan. Those 20,000 yuan, even if both of you didn't eat or drink, would take 20 years to save. After those 20 years, you would both be old, and the kids wouldn't need spouses anymore. Wu Jinshu laughed. Money is earned gradually, don't worry. At that moment, Wu Jinshu suddenly remembered something Ni Yang had said in the afternoon, and continued, good days are created from bad ones. I believe that our family's life will keep getting better. Grandma Wu snorted, without me in this house, you can forget about the days ever getting better. With that, she turned around and headed inside the house. You're tuning into the Path of the True Immortal YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.